Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Sunday, November 10th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. A lot to get into, catching up on a few other topics, following up on some we just recently touched on. So no real preamble to start today. I want to get right into it because I want to make sure that this is not as long as it might become, as much as I know a lot of you love those, always the balance. Today, I want to make sure we get into the opening part about something I really wanted to highlight that just is kind of a throwback to something we just recently went through, but also just to kind of demonstrate TLAV value before we talk about something around health. And that's going to be starting today around Conyers, Georgia, which I promised you we're going to keep up on this story. I've yet to hear more from Scott Smith, but there is a recent article that came out even from corporate media that is, it's exactly what we expected. And as they framed it themselves, prolonged suffering from their illnesses that have continued since this happened. And showing you the chloracne point we made and what that shows you and making sure you understand the depths of the story. Then we're going to make sure we get into a conversation around the two-party illusion and the kind of arguably what we should always be doing, holding to account the current administration, right? So as we step into this, continuing to point out things, sorry, I have something in my eye, point out things that are good. No matter objectively good things, right? Something like if RFK steps in and suddenly changes something for the better in the health field, that's good objectively, no matter what, if you feel that way, obviously. But I mean, from my perspective, something that I would see them do that's good, important to point that out, whether or not you think the administration's heading in a bad direction. So we want to make sure we continue to follow up on the potential appointments while cautioning that we shouldn't jump to conclusions before they actually happen, which will make a point again about one of the recent statements put out by Trump around RFK, which are just more statements as much as they are doubling down on those statements, which even myself seems to indicate, I would argue it indicates more likely that this is going to happen, but it's still just political statements as more evidence. And, people jump on it and say, see, we told you. That's just more statement. And so make sure we're holding off until we have action, which I do think is an important part of this. I want to make sure we continue to hold to account what I see as kind of the growing technocratic direction, and hopefully that it doesn't continue, but things that I see, I want you to make sure you're aware of the appointments of Trump's administration. And of course, from that point, talking about Iran and what I see as a very obvious Trump Psyop Trump-Iran Psyop, which would be the Trump-Biden, or rather the Biden-Iran Psyop if he were in power. It's not focused on one party or another. It's that your government is using many different things to convince you that war with Iran is necessary, because there is ultimately tying back to Israel, which is not my opinion. It's very obvious, and go over why it's very obvious that this is an agenda, and then show you some really interesting standouts from a recent accusation around Trump being assassinated. We want to talk about, of course, continuing to follow up on Israel in regard to Gaza, Lebanon, and some points there. But obviously the Amsterdam story, which I think we did an excellent job breaking this down the day it happened, because the information we're going to go over is just bolstering what we already told you, because it was obvious and you could prove it. Now that even as much as you might sound like I'm patting myself on the back, it's not about, look what a great job we did. The point there is that's what anybody honest would have done, because the evidence was so shockingly clear. Like a lot of these stories, I simply just looked at it objectively and said, well, yeah, clearly, here's what the police are saying happened. Here's what all the evidence shows. Here's what the people watching show. Here's all the videos. And then here's what corporate media and all the leaders of the world were saying. Well, obviously, here are the facts, right? And the evidence stands to this day. And the overwhelming drive behind it shows you a lot of many very important things, the power structures, the screamers online that are adding to the story, which are also weirdly connected to a lot of partisan conversations. It'll be important to highlight. So I want to start with, again, a shout out to an older point that you've seen, that we've talked about a lot. Here's Dr. Ben Tapper simply pointing out, which I hope you remember, and I hope you haven't forgotten about, as much as it is. There's, again, even with so much going on in the foreign policy realm, with new stories around, it's amazing with how many important things we have going on, that you actually find it, at least speaking for myself, actually find it difficult to find room for some of these stories. And as much as they're all, even the fact that Israel is committing genocide, the ongoing story that continues, that seems to increasingly take a backseat to the stories of today, which is a balance as always, but it just kills me that there should, as much as, it comes down to what I think is impactful for the moment, Whereas in some cases, these things, as much as it's important to see going, still genocide, still happening, that maybe it'll reach people even in the service of seeing that one to focus on other stories. But I think it's just important to point out that we have to continue to see that this is the biggest story of anything. This might be the biggest story we will cover in our lifetimes around something like this, as much as that won't be what a lot of people want to highlight it as for obvious political reasons. But this is not just a genocide, not to jump into this right now, but it is in so many ways intricately connected to 1,000 different topics, and really just the growing power structure of the world today. And the dismantling of it, and showing you what they were really trying to accomplish. I mean, it's crazy. So my point in saying that is just that there's so many things to cover, and it's in trying to balance the importance of these different stories around what is currently happening today versus what just feels what's most important, what upsets you the most, which emotions do play a part, but shouldn't be driving it. It's just, anyway, I don't even know where I'm going. It kind of is incredible to me that we're in the midst of this. You know what I mean? Like that we are watching this play out, and not even just the act of genocide, but what it's doing, what it's dismantling, the people that are being exposed. I mean, it's just, I can go off forever. I'm sure you all feel the same. It is absolutely interesting, is despite the fact that it is such a terrible thing, just to see for once such a clear insight to what we're really dealing with. And I'm not even talking about just Zionism, just the corrupt nature of the power today. The people, the leaders screaming about a pogrom in Amsterdam when we all can see that they're lying. I mean, it's in a way, there is a positive side to that. It is breaking down the illusion. One of those major illusions that I think today is even still being covered up, being called something else. As Dr. Ben Tapper points out, the number of athletes who have died of cardiac arrest in the last 2 years is roughly equivalent to the number that died in the prior 38 years. Let that sink in. Now, obviously, you wouldn't be I mean, you guys all know this for many reasons, not least of which was the fact that TLAV was breaking this down in 2020 and 2021. Early data until it became very clear that it was obviously something that was worthy of not just here are side effects, but there's a much bigger thing going on here. And that was the early 2021 coverage for TLAV, which I'll give you some to look at. So first, I just want you to hear that point, that it is absolutely overwhelmingly clear that there was something that was different. Not just, another illness, or, another, there's some kind of a rise in the bad food they ate, or it was hotter that year. All the crazy, dumb things they've put out to try to justify, which was because of an experimental gene therapy shot that was literally being shown to cause cardiac arrest. On top of other things, which are, tangential or even connected to that, myocarditis, thrombosis, blood clots, all over the place. And yet still we act like we're baffled about it, right? The point is, one, don't forget it. Make sure you see that. And as we have some new story that rolls out to justify or explain why we have all these different cardiac arrests in kindergartens, which they still do here and there, remember that. But then secondarily, to recognize that TLAV was indeed breaking this down. And this is one of the most important earlier ones in November of 2021. Children/athletes are collapsing and dying from sudden cardiac arrest at unprecedented levels. Now, I challenge you to find... There's a few of them, but I challenge you to find anyone else other than the few that I'm thinking of, or even just see them in this time frame where people were making this claim. And it's still to this day not even endorsed by a lot of people, even within the mainstream alternative media or independent media. And it is clearly, obviously correct. And that is to show you not that we were guessing and got it right, but that we were looking at the data, we broke it down for you, and I made my argument. And ever since then, just like we're going to do today for Georgia, it has been bolstered by the facts. So if you want to recognize a place that will continue to do that, TLAV is for you. Or find others that are in that same boat. I just think it's important to demonstrate our value because of how many times we have gotten these stories right a long time before a lot. And here's another one. A few days later, same month, the pandemic illusion and the ongoing cover-up of the collapsing athlete myocarditis sudden cardiac arrest. This one is all the way to 2023 because, yes, that's also the point. We continue to follow up on these stories and just don't lurch into the new positive thing or the new story that we're all pointing at, the undeniable proof that COVID injections are dangerous and causing collapsing athletes. We talked about it during Damar Hamlin or any other ones that popped up. Here's just the ongoing tag where you can look at all the different shows over the years and articles that have tagged that as collapsing athletes. And realize there's more conversations on this platform around this that aren't tagged as collapsing athletes. There's parts of it that are around children. You've seen it all. But thank you, Jake Tapper. Thank you, Dr. Ben Tapper, for continuing to highlight this, because we should not forget about this. It's sad because so many children were harmed. Now, of course, also important to include the fact that Donald Trump and Kamala Harris and whoever else in the political establishment continue to endorse and support and even push this shot to this very day. Now, Brad Miller wants you to remember something, and this is important, as this will also dovetail with the conversation of the incoming appointments, or the conversation we'll briefly point to around the unelected bureaucratic structure, which will be there no matter what Elon kind of lazily points to, as if he wants you to think he's going to change that. Brad Miller wants you to remember that all, capital ALL, all currently serving active duty generals willingly went along with the treasonous COVID operation under Donald Trump and continued through Biden. They all violated their oaths, broke the law, and willingly participated in an operation designed to kill or injure Americans, transfer wealth, and destroy freedoms. Many likely didn't know the full implications of their actions at the time, which means they're too strategically naive to hold their positions. But even once the purposes and effects of the op became clear, none came forward to speak out. Not to this day. In the context of who he's pointing to, there are the occasional anomaly in the military, like himself, that did speak out and usually are still to this day cast aside, like himself. Remember, he was and I'll grab some of the interviews we did with him. He was with the 101st Airborne, right, which is a very, very prestigious position. He had recently gotten command, and then he was pushed out. Now, he was fired, but he chose to not comply, showing you what it looks like to have integrity. Now, he was also one of the first people, I think the first person we interviewed. The other one's not popping up right out of the gate. He's the first person we interviewed in the studio, which I'm honored to say, because he's really, there we go. Perfect. Just one of the most, full of integrity. Now, this one was important because he discusses kind of what he's doing right here, a declaration of military accountability, and talks about foreign influence over U.S. policy. It's exactly what you think it is. Now, this was about him refusing the shot. This one was, the interview I just pointed out. I'm just filling the gap as I talk and put this in there. Now, here is what his point here is to show you that all these people are still, I guess the long point short is that ultimately under Donald Trump's administration, these people are still going to be in power. Now, of course, that could change in some ways, but just recognize that as much as they really want you to see this as different things, it's the same machine, the same government, and he sees it exactly the same way. So call them out wherever they land, whether or not they're supporting Trump, whether or not they're a Democrat or Republican. Okay. And again, let's not lose sight of what's going on with this, because this will be folded in with a lot of things, even interestingly overlap with East Palestine or Georgia in some ways. There's much more going on, and we should never just allot what's in front of us to one story, because there's a lot of intersecting problems that your government have jammed into your life, whether it's glyphosate or PFAS or dioxins or endocrine disrupting chemicals or the shots they're jamming in your arm or the food that has things that it never stops. But this is what we hope to change. And I get it. One of the reasons why people hope RFK might have a difference. I do too. I genuinely hope that's the case. I'm worried that there might be more going on around it if it happens at all. But I really do. I'm right there with you. So on that note, let's talk about Georgia, because it really did upset me more than usual to see this continue. Because part of me was hoping that this was just something we're missing, that it just wasn't there, that it just continued to go away. And sadly, even CNN, which kills me because of their old article I constantly point to from 1995, where they openly discuss the horrors of dioxins and what we're going to do about it, and then never talk about it again. Seemingly with everybody. Even the EPA, as I'll point out in this article, claimed that they took action a long time ago no, there's nothing that happened. You can prove that the reality is there's things that are on the books about this or that, but ultimately at the end of the day, like we're going to see in this article, they never engage with these problems as if we're dealing with dioxins. They talk about chlorine poisoning. Well, these people are not suffering from chlorine poisoning weeks later, guys. We're talking about, as much as there might be a possible of very high exposure, we're talking about, as we're discussing in the article, burned chlorine compounds, which literally cause dioxin. And in the main point we're going to get into is what they're highlighting as one of the biggest issues in this, which is TCCA, which I'm going to go through very extensively, as you know, from this platform, and show you what that is and why that's exactly the problem. At just one of the things. We're not even talking about the main chlorine burned on styrene and styrofoam all of them together, which create the TCDD most dangerous chemical on the planet, dioxin, but this as another aspect of it that also causes dioxins. And my point is that they don't even mention the first part, but they also, even as they list TCCA as one of the things that were burned, I can prove to you that they themselves know that that is I'll jump ahead really quickly. Even the EPA's got a page called Dioxins Produced by Backyard Burning. And I'll show you what they mean by that is TCAA or TCCA. There's a whole thing about backyard burning about that exact point. And they have a whole page about it. And yet this comes up, they'll tell you that's what was burned. And the EPA is like, what's a dioxin? What are you talking about? With East Palestine, it took weeks for them to even acknowledge that. So my point, if you're only just hearing this for the first time, I am convinced that the EPA knows about this problem, doesn't know how to deal with it, so they're just ignoring it. Or whatever justification or rationale, they're ignoring it. They're not telling you about it, rather. Whatever that means behind the scenes. My opinion is that they're just choosing to, at some level of authority, because either it works for them or because they don't know how to handle it, which both are true, honestly. But I never try to speak to intent. I don't know what their minds are. But I'm telling you guys, this is worthy of your attention. And it kills me that so few are even talking about this. As I jokingly, macabrely said before, I guess, this just doesn't have the partisan draw of the rest of these stories. Where are all the Nick Sorters out there rushing in to save the day? Oh, because there's no partisan draw. There's no glamorous story for them to manipulate. It kills me because this is a much larger story than East Palestine based on all the evidence. But no one's going to talk about it because there's something not there for them to catch their eye, I guess. Weeks after a chemical plant inferno, nearby residents say they're suffering prolonged illnesses and financial upheaval. Now, CNN aside, which we should never blindly trust anybody, CNN, Fox News, independent media, myself included, you should be questioning these things. But it's also equally ignorant to say CNN, therefore not true, or therefore ignore, as I'll make a point in a minute about. That's ridiculous. That's just as willfully ignorant as blindly accepting. Blindly refusing, blindly accepting are the same thing. You should consider and question everything. Do your due diligence. Responsibility's on you. My point is that this is true, regardless of where it comes from, because we can prove that. And I'll show you the information going back to the early points that show you that this was already happening. The evidence is simply in this article that it has continued to this day. And it's seemingly getting worse for some people. There's no way you make sense of that if it was something they're talking about. The only way to me that lines up is because of something like a dioxin chemical release, which does not go away. There's a 7-year half-life in your body for this stuff. Kills me. So, okay, here's what it says. The opaque plumes of noxious smoke billowing out of a Georgia chemical plant are long gone, but the relentless effects of the BioLab fire, which is the company, in Conyers are still visible, residents say. From exacerbated rashes, that's the most important point for me, to mounting bills, to nagging symptoms, and piles of prescriptions. So we'll come back as one of the two other articles I'll include as well, where we discuss this in both. This is called the Seveso disaster or Seveso accident. It's called a look at 40 years of health research and beyond. To sum this up quickly, you can see right here, TCDD or dioxin, that's the chemical we're talking about. Again, according to everybody that I've spoken to, experts, government sources, TCDD is the most dangerous chemical in existence. Now, it's a byproduct in most cases by something that's burned, usually chlorine products or some kind of other equivalent that is usually burned alongside extra material like paper or something that causes the overlap. But either way alone, as we've talked about, it can cause these. There's a lot of different varying aspects. In this case, like we'll go over today, weirdly a very similar case here, it was because of a chemical reaction. That's what the TCCA point is, and we'll get to it in a minute. Because of the way that they had this set up, which is crazy to me. I'm only just finding this out from this recent discussion. The company we're talking about, BioLab, had sprinklers set up over things that they knew water would cause a chemical reaction for. That's not a joke. That's real stuff that even CNN's reporting. And so one of the questions of the locals is going, well, why did you have sprinklers over something that would, if the water went off, would cause dioxins to release? Well, let's not forget what the supervisor, who's now dead, the whistleblower, was saying. He accused them of doing this on purpose more than once. There's something, this could simply just be some kind of insurance scam. But I find that it's bigger than that. And maybe because they somehow know that dioxins will be ignored by the establishment, maybe there's more going on than we realize. Either way, that is wild. That's not just that's criminal. That is almost manufacturing a problem. Either or, just shocking incompetence. My point, though, is that in this case, 70 years ago in Italy, the same thing happened. Some kind of overlapping issue happened because of what they sprayed or because something was used, and there was a chemical reaction, boom, and dioxins were released. The point is that they highlighted the most obvious example of what what showed acute exposure, the dangerous high-level exposure, and they said that was the chloracne, the rashes. The people that had rashes were the people that had acute exposure. This, you can read it for yourself. And they went on to say, okay, looking back a decade or so past it, going, okay, we're going to study this now. And they found out anybody who had a chloracne rash, and they found out in people in the same area or a little bit further away that did not. And they compared those that had the rash to those that did not, because they, in the article, made it clear. If they had the chloracne, that was acute exposure. Then from there, they studied this 40 years past, they look back. So over the 40 years past it, they found that people who had chloracne versus those that did not were rife with immune system problems, reproductive issues, cancers, all sorts of stuff, which is the whole point here. And they still, to this day, call Seveso one of the top 10 environmental disasters in history. And yet, weird how they can't even say the word dioxin out loud. Isn't that strange to everybody? It's written throughout the whole thing. Time magazine has a whole thing about it. Dioxin release. That's what they call this, a dioxin disaster. And yet they can't factor this in. I'm beating this dead horse because I hope people can recognize how blatant this is. At some level, they know this is a problem and don't care. There's no other way to look at it in my mind. Please come to your own conclusions. So that being stated, and I hope you will read this through. And my point is I go through this entire study in both of these pretty in depth. It's very clear that this was something that is aware, or that they're aware of, and that the chloracne is an important aspect of this. So just that point means that in this conversation, they're telling you right now that weeks later, they're dealing with relentless issues, rashes. Where was I just reading from? Just starting from the beginning, the plumes, relentless fire, exacerbating rashes, mounting bills, and so on. Now it says, quote, "My vision still isn't like it should be," said one of the residents. And this is weeks later, guys. Your vision not being the same, that is actually pretty alarming to me, as it should be to any health expert. Your vision, that is, to me, shows something very different than a little chlorine exposure or even acute chlorine exposure. Now, and she's a nurse, by the way, said she's visited at least 3 doctors since the blaze. This sounds exactly like East Palestine, and since the blaze propelled chlorine smoke. See my point? For miles. I don't know if the chemicals had burnt it so bad. Or I don't know if the chemicals had burnt it so bad. Chlorine smoke? You know another word for that? Dioxin. They know this, guys. Somebody in there is making an editorial decision to make chlorine being burned is not called chlorine smoke. There are chemical byproducts, and one of the most specific aspects of this is chlorine, which I'll include this since I just went to grab it for you. This is a study from 2001. Chlorine combustion and dioxins. Since every molecule of dioxin contains 2 or more atoms of chlorine, chlorine is an absolute necessity for dioxin formation. Therefore, when no chlorine is present, no dioxins are formed. You don't call it chlorine smoke. You call it the most dangerous chemical in existence and get everybody the hell out of there. But apparently not today. Apparently today, you act like you don't know what's going on, even though you've written articles about how it causes the worst disasters in history. Isn't that interesting? And CNN is one of those places that have covered this before. Now, it says CNN spoke with several Conyers residents over the past week who said they still have blurry vision, shortness of breath, irritation of the throat, chronic headaches since the September 29th fire. They said their doctors haven't been able to prove whether their ailments are directly linked to the Biolab Inferno. Joe, we can't. Yeah, because you never can. What are you going to, where's the trail of evidence? Well, obviously, we saw a chemical release, and then you breathed in that air, and now you have headaches, but you can't prove it. Could have been anything. Well, yeah, you're right. It could have been. But this is the kind of burden of evidence that they place on people like this. This shouldn't even be a question. They're responsible for what's going on because of either malfeasance, negligence, or deliberate action, but yet we always kick it down the road and blame it on something else. Or they spread the problem out like East Palestine and act like it's anybody else's fault because the government doesn't care. Shortness of breath was exactly what the supervisor, which I'll play in the clip for you in a minute. I forget, I think his name was, I don't want to misquote it, but he died. In the meeting, he complained of shortness of breath, walked out of the building after telling you they did this on purpose, alluding to it, and telling you that it has to change. It's been going on for decades, and then dies outside the building. You could simply just call that acute exposure. That's certainly possible. It seems a high level. It'd be very high acute exposure, but either way, could be something else. I don't know. It says Reed's husband, Aquino, said he still suffers shortness of breath and chronic headaches, and that won't go away with medication. Now, it says the Biolab disaster has cost the Reeds at least $20,000 in lost income. So that matters too. hotel stays during evacuation, medical bills. Like at least in East Palestine, they at least pretended they were going to do this, pay for it, and then did everything they could to not do that, which most people got screwed. Here, no one even seems to think they care. You know why? Because no, the spotlight isn't here. You don't have the partisan screamers out here making this a conversation and, dumping a lot of fake news over the top of it, but at least it gets attention. Right now, these companies know no one's paying attention. So they're just, sorry, you can't prove it. You see, there's a big difference here. So it's always a double-edged sword to that. At least, despite the partisan lies around things, at least people look to it. At least people care. But I would argue that it's, it's a double-edged sword. There's a positive, there's a negative to it. The point is that people should not be lying about these stories to get attention. But either way, right now, no one sees this. A veteran of Biolab fire says she has symptoms again. This is the second major fire of the Biolab to upend Brandy Corner's life. I think it's the third or fourth disaster from this company. Second time she's been affected by it. 20 years ago, Connor had to evacuate her from her workplace with a noxious plume from the same Biolab company filling the sky. Crazy. She went home, only to discover her house was in the path of billowing smoke. Now, again, I argue. Now, I need to make a note of this for myself, but somebody else out there wants to take the time to do this as well. We need to compare this location to another control location that you can do your best to tell doesn't have a lot of dioxin exposure. I'm willing to bet you my life that they have a shockingly high level of cancer along with everything else, immune problems. But again, how do you really map that out and prove it? We're dealing with cancers for all sorts of things. I think it's something like 1 in every 2 people in this country will have cancer before they die. Probably more than that by now. So this is my point. You make this a problem, and it's impossible to be able to tell. Is it the glyphosate or is it the GMO food? No, it's the dioxin release. Who can tell? In 2004, the 2004 fire prompted mass evacuations due to the release of over 12.5 million pounds of chemicals. Same plant, guys. We're talking about chlorine N2. This according to the Rockdale County officials. I've said in a recent lawsuit. Connor recalled that 2004 smoke plume was visible for 1 to 2 days and said he suffered nausea for about a week. But she believes this year's disaster was a far greater catastrophe. Objectively, it was, based on the amount of chlorine compounds. Biolab produces pool and spa water sanitation products. The warehouse that caught fire contained, I won't pronounce it, just TCCA, which is the longer one, something trichlor or something acid, a chemical used to make chlorinated tablets. So this isn't a question. This is now instead of just chlorine, it's chlorine with other things. So you could argue, despite what other things might be in there that might possibly make it worse, that it would be a little bit less removed from pure chlorine and the worst dioxin release. But either way, we're still talking about the same problem. Now, on that note, we'll talk about TCCA specifically, but it says it's not clear what sparked the initial fire, which I find interesting, which remains under investigation by U.S. Chemical Safety Board. I'm willing to bet you we never find out. But the blaze turned into a raging inferno after. Remember, the story was it caught on fire, and then they even reported that it was done, that it was out. And then the fire started in earnest, the huge fire. So the point was that they started spraying water on this one. So I'm not aware of this is one of those anomalies. Who reported that it was out? Why did the local media say the fire was put out? So, because my point is there's no point in time where the fire apparently went out. The fire they started spraying water on it and it exploded. And the point is, but the blaze turned into a raging inferno after an activated sprinkler system that malfunctioned and doused water reacted the TCCA inside the building. Again, at least that's what we're being told. So my point in saying that other part was, okay, so who's reporting? So if we know the fire started and the sprinkler system was either turned on, and again, even the way they're reporting this, if it just turned on automatically, we wouldn't even hear this part of the story, right? See, there's clearly anomalies here where somebody was being told about the fire. Then there was a time frame in which there was people saying it was out. And then the sprinklers are on, then the fire gets larger. At least, again, either they're lying about the whole process, which is possible, or there's something in there that we're not being told. Isn't it funny how these always seem to line up like that? And it could just be, maybe there's something in there that we aren't being told, but it's not nefarious. I don't know. The point is that just like East Palestine, there was something around this that we weren't being told. The reason that they rushed the whole train out of there, covering it up to only dig it back up again, or forced them to burn it, even though it turns out it was controlled or treated vinyl chloride and probably wasn't going to explode anyway, according to the court, according to their own experts. Most people still don't know that. So They turned the water sprinklers came on and suddenly, boom, it got crazier, right? Series of events, timeline don't add up for me. When the TCCA touches a small amount of water, according to CNN, but this is true, and doesn't dissolve, quote, it can experience a chemical reaction, generating heat and causing the decomposition of the chemical, which in turn produces toxic chlorine gas, or it produces dioxin. So my point is it chlorine gas? Now, it's interesting that you could point to the reality that, are chlorine gas bombs just dioxin weapons? I need to look into that more. I find that interesting because my point is, as I'll show you next, we're talking about dioxin right there. Now, there could be chlorine as well, which probably makes sense. But would that be called chlorine gas if dioxin is what's really dangerous there? It's interesting. Nonetheless, it seems that every chance they get, they lean into chlorine smoke or chlorine gas as opposed to what I argue is the real risk, which if you look at their own work, they know that. It says the federal report came actually, let me read the last two and I'll jump over to that real quick. The federal report came after a 2020 incident at another biolab facility in Louisiana. The same companies. Something is obviously wrong here. This could be some government experiment for all we know. And I'm not saying I have evidence of that, but doesn't this, why would nobody ever do anything about this? This place has had many disasters like this. And they just, it's like anything else. In a real free market, a company that was always doing this wouldn't exist. So there's something else keeping this going. It says, quote, after the buildings at the biolab facility were damaged by Hurricane Laura winds, rainwater contacted the TCCA stored inside. Same exact thing, initiating a chemical reaction and subsequent decomposition. So the same things happened before and they still have sprinklers over the top of a chemical they know water will react with? This sounds like a deliberate accident or accident in quotes. The heat produced from the reaction and decomposition initiated a fire, and the decomposition released a large plume of hazardous gas, including toxic chlorine into the air. Okay. What I find really interesting about this, TCCA burned, it says, based on the provided the results, if basically they're showing you examples of this in the past. This is the one we're talking about, Conyers, Georgia. Here's Lake Charles, LA, same biolab in Los Angeles in 2020. Or excuse me, no, that's just, is that the same place? Oh, so Louisiana. Sorry, LA being Louisiana, not Los Angeles. Sorry. I thought that was, anyway, the point is Louisiana, Conyers, Georgia, and this is number 3. And there's more than 3 because there's 3 at least that we've talked about in Georgia. But either way, we're talking about the same conversation, the same TCCA, the same company over and over and over. How is that possible? How can we have this many examples? Now, here's what's interesting. The point is that TCCA is a chlorinated compound commonly used as disinfectant or sanitizer. Dioxins are formed through the incomplete combustion of DCCA, the same thing we keep talking about. So unless it's a controlled burn, which is not what we're talking about, then there would be dioxin release. And it says typically occurring at low temperatures and oxygen levels. This can happen during backyard burning. That's my point. So even the EPA has a whole post about dioxins produced by backyard burning. They're talking about TCCA. So they're very aware that when this happens, let alone backyard burning compared to a huge plant catching fire, that they're aware of what was happening and don't care. Or at least don't tell you. Doesn't seem they're taking very much action around it. Now, it says, even after the blaze was snuffed out, a chemical haze shrouded neighborhoods for more than a dozen miles. A haze. That's the problem right there. That's your dioxin. For days, shifting winds swept the chemical haze back and forth in multiple cities, including parts of Atlanta. Around 30 miles away, Rockdale County issued a shelter-in-place advisory for 90,000 residents, and about 17,000 residents had to evacuate. The health effects of chlorine exposure, it continues, quote, depend on the duration of exposure and exposure concentration, says the CDC. Oh, so now we're pretending it's chlorine exposure? So when you burn chlorine, the gas that's released from chlorine being burned is chlorine exposure? That's not true. That's the straight up deception. They're pretending somebody spilt chlorine in a room where you were trapped. Yes, that would be chlorine exposure. Chlorine aerosolized or left in, that's chlorine exposure. Burning chlorine is not the same thing, as Scott will tell you, as we just reviewed. But yet the CDC, when asked about what this is, they say, well, chlorine exposure will do X, Y, and Z. Are they this stupid? Are they this deceptive? Or are they this nefarious? Quote, exposure to low levels of chlorine can result in nose, throat, and eye irritation. At higher levels, breathing chlorine gas may result in changes in breathing rate and coughing and, okay. But when you push, the point is, if you read about it, they're saying, no, it has to be crazy high levels for there to be any long-term risk. Okay, well, then that's not what we're talking about. And it isn't anyway. We can prove that. The EPA set up air quality monitors the day of the fire and tested for almost 3 weeks for chlorine, and according to Scott, for asbestos, which they'll find chlorine, of course, in some levels. And that's what's crazy is you're still finding higher levels just in the air, which means that's just what ended up not being burned. And it says, once there had been 3 or 4 days of essentially only low-level detections of chlorine, and other officials believed the plant would no longer emit uncontrolled releases into the air, then the county made the decision to lift the shelter in place and evacuations based on the new data. So they put up a test, just like East Palestine, test for, let's see, VOCs, like he told you, knowing that wasn't the real issue, and saying, okay, we're good, come on back, and then later revealing, oh, guess what? Sorry, our bad. It went 16 states across, and it was actually dioxins and all sorts of dangerous things. Yep, same thing's happening right now. So here, I'll play Scott's clip from this that shows you what he said before, showing you this happened from the very beginning. People being sick, nosebleeds, nausea.
Challenge with the idea of how
that's not the one. We're coming to that in a second. Oh, you know what? That's right. I didn't add it. Let me grab it real quick for you. I was playing in the beginning on the looping clip. Here's this.
Blood passing out. And I was, around the perimeter, and the people around me, we all had intense headaches, and, I got a sore throat. So I really feel for these people. Fortunately for me, I'm, back where I live and have relatively fresh air. But these people that are continuing to be inundated by the ongoing plume, I really feel for them. Also, I want to give a special acknowledgement to Kenny Johnson, who died. He was the supervisor for the water for the county, for the water and the soil. And he was speaking out almost like a whistleblower. And he has been talking about this. So these are 2 deaths too many. As you know, Courtney Miller was the first one to reach out to me in East Palestine. And she passed away recently. And just my heart and thoughts go out to Kenny Johnson's family. I've been a whistleblower with EPA Region 5 in East Palestine. I give everyone the benefit of the doubt. And I want to put things in perspective from the scientific team today, that it has been verified that at least 12 million pounds of chlorine compound has burned. Could be as high as 20 million. We don't know yet. East Palestine, as bad as it was 2 million pounds of chlorine compounds, including vinyl chloride, PVC.
And in English, to dummies like me, what does that mean to the average person? 12
Here's
million.
what it means. The products of incomplete combustion, dioxins, and cancer-causing benzene compounds that are called polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Jordan, we were both involved in this. I never thought there'd be an event that is now 6 times greater of chlorine compound burn. And it's worse than that. All these chlorine compounds were sitting on plastic pallets. And there was styrene and styrofoam in the building. And all of these compounds, when they burn, create dioxins.
And I would clipped it to make it exactly 2 minutes so I could play it in the beginning, but he goes on to say, and other dangerous chemicals. And you've seen it, all that's included in the shows here from before, where he first made the point to say that it's 6 times greater just based on the chlorine compounds. But then in our discussions with me, and I spoke to him on the phone about this, and he said it could be the greatest dioxin disaster in history based on what he's seeing so far. And I'm still waiting to hear from him about the follow-up on the dioxin results. So he goes on to say, in the article goes on to say, once there had been 3 or 4 days of essentially low level, we just read that, they removed the risk. It says, quote, the EPA did not do any indoor air monitoring, which this is pretty crazy. I mean, obviously you could argue that my outside that would probably mean that it wouldn't be inside, but it just seems a very irresponsible thing to do, especially if we're dealing with something other than the one thing you're assuming was probably there. But it didn't do any indoor air monitoring. The advisement of the health officials was that chlorine is typically non-persistent. You see my point? So it's chlorine, and that's it, right? So that won't be a problem. What if it's more than that, which we know for a fact that it is? This is my point about chlorine exposure and gas. They're only focusing on the product that was burned. It's the same point we said from East Palestine. They're focusing on first even VOCs in general, but then even a step further, just of vinyl chloride. Well, vinyl chloride, it's what was burned. That's not the focal point. It's one of the things we should consider simply because it's dangerous in its own right. They know what they're doing, guys. I'm convinced of that. Now, it says Connor believes intense chlorine exposure, again, trigger her low. Now, this is my point. So they are being misinformed. They're being told by people around them that it's the chlorine exposure. So when they do their research, they're looking at chlorine. But that's not the point. She's believing that that's what that triggered it, right? Her headaches and so on, which can be pounding and resistant to medication. But it says, quote, to this day, I wake up with a headache weeks later, and I go to bed with a headache. She says, I have had an MRI and an eye exam, and there's nothing going on that the doctors are attributing to the daily headaches. Exactly. It may be difficult to prove whether the chlorine exposure, CNN writes, might have caused long-term damage to Connor's body and resulted in chronic headaches, even after the smoke has disappeared. Because it's not that. You're chasing an illusion. Because when you dig into that, they're going to make a case that, and they can prove it. Well, here, chlorine wouldn't do it, not this long, not based on what was there. So they'll sidestep it. Quote, there are no medical tests to determine whether you have been exposed specifically to chlorine. And there is, by the way, tests for dioxins. Just why in East Palestine, they were being refused the testing, even though they were told to get testing. They kept speaking out loud to pretend like you guys should get your tested for dioxins once we forced them to have that conversation. Then they went in, and on the record, she had a video where the woman was told that they weren't being allowed to give them. Every time it's this obvious. And now they're telling you that, wow, we don't even know for chlorine, so it's not worth it. Well, we're not talking about chlorine. Chlorine, they say, is transformed in the body into chloride ions, which are normal components of the body. An enormous amount of chlorine has to be inhaled or ingested in order to detect a significant increase in chlorine. Exactly. Which is why that's not the point. So what they're simply saying is we know it's not that because it would have to be a crazy high amount. And then even if it was, it turns into something that's already in your body, so we wouldn't be able to tell. Funny how easily that works out, isn't it, when we're looking at the wrong thing? Almost like this has been something organized. Maybe when a plant has four exact disasters with TCCA that turn to dioxins, they just blame chlorine and they know they get away with it. See how easy this may work? I mean, it's still hypothetical, but look, I don't know how you explain this track record without there being obvious criminal activity. Keisha Reed laid out about half a dozen prescription bottles, creams, and inhalers for what she's been dealing with just since the fire, none of which is helping. She says, those are the things I went to the doctor to get. My eyes wouldn't stop burning. I got this inhaler from urgent care for the breathing, shortness of breath, hydroxyzine for the itching and burning. They gave me that too because it affected my skin so bad. I mean, look at this, guys. Talk about chloracne or these reactions to the skin. That this is exactly what we're worried about. And we've been hearing this as they reported from the beginning. She said the burning sensation in her eyes was unbearable and ended after 3 weeks, but her vision to this day is still blurry. She goes, I don't know what's in the chemicals, but it affected my vision and my eyes so bad. It says her husband said he's also visited a doctor to get relief for his symptoms, but to no avail. He says, quote, I'm still having the headaches, shortness of breath, headaches, long-term effects. Right now, they're telling me that they want to monitor the situation and see how it progresses. BioLab did not directly address the residents' complaints of lasting ailments. Why? Because no one's looking at them, so they know they can ignore them. Other than to advise anyone with ongoing symptoms to consult a healthcare professional, right? Go pay for a doctor. That's on you. No different than East Pal. What's the difference? An accident, which people are hurt by. Why wouldn't there be responsibility? Because no one's caring. The government sure doesn't care. Now it says the complaint filed October 28th says BioLab and KIK failed, quote, to properly secure and manage hazardous materials. So one of the many lawsuits being leveled at them that were stored on the site, and to properly install and maintain fire suppression systems adequate to quickly and effectively extinguish fires that are volatile and reactive, meaning which again, for the fourth time at the least, the same exact problem. They don't have it set up in a way to stop the thing that will happen when water inevitably hits the chemicals that cause the reaction. That's not just malfeasance. That's not negligence, guys. That's either deliberate criminality or just, I guess, willful negligence, knowing that nobody will actually hold you accountable for it if you do it the exact same way. Now, it says Rockdale County is also seeking damages as quote, expenses associated with emergency response efforts, evacuations, procedures, public health measures necessitated by the explosion at the plant. Well, yes, obviously, again, it's the same as any other situation. They are responsible, whether it was just even if their plant something just randomly happened, it's still their responsibility, but especially because you can prove that they were, and haven't learned from the last 3 times this happened or didn't care. Quote, the damages also encompass economic losses due to the business interruptions, decreased property values. It's all the same stuff, long-term impact, community health, safety, which collectively represent a substantial financial burden on the city. These damages are directly caused by their pollution and has been a huge topic in this community for years. You know how infuriating it must be for them to be screaming about this, point it out, have a disaster, keep screaming about it, keep pointing it out, carry lawsuits out, another disaster, keep screaming about it, keep pointing it out, and now they're being told, deal with it yourself. Go to the hospital. It's not our responsibility. I mean, think about how helpless that must feel. And they're in the right. This company is disaster. This company is problematic. It is responsible, and it doesn't seem to care about its fallout. When asked whether Biolab plans to shut down its facilities in Conyers, the company spokesman declined to comment, but of course said that people are already back to work. Okay, so it's not shutting down. Right back to work. How much you want to bet? So here's what's crazy. You're going back to work and you don't have new sprinkler systems, so it could happen again tomorrow for all we know. Now it says accidents are going to happen, but an accident like this, in my opinion, was 100% preventable in the fact that you have a water fire sprinkler system over chemicals that react to water. That's something that's like something we should laugh about if it was on some kind of this is so disgustingly obvious. How do you not think that they know they're getting away with this? It says, quote, that's the most asinine part of the whole situation. You don't put foam over something that acts badly in the water. Biolab spokesman did not directly answer repeated questions about why the company had a water sprinkler system over water reactive materials, but he said finding the root cause of the fire is critical. You mean the root cause of you having sprinkler systems over things? I mean, that's the cause right there. But until somebody holds their feet to the fire, and clearly the EPA and the rest of them are completely captured or involved, they're going to keep going, well, we don't know. We're going to investigate. Go see a doctor. We don't know. And eventually people look elsewhere. Nobody cares. They're going to scream. No one's going to look. It continues forward. On the drive to Texas, it says, my dog started throwing up and defecating on herself. This is one of the people that tried to flee. That sounds normal, right? That's not chlorine, ladies and gentlemen. That's not chlorine that is causing your dog to throw up and defecate on himself. It says, I have let my dog outside in the backyard and, of course, use the bathroom. And, of course, he was sniffing all over the ground. Well, there you go. So I wasn't even really thinking after it until it happened. When she returned 4 days after the fire, the smell of bleach was still so heavy. When I got back, my symptoms returned. See, that's my point. 4 days later, chlorine would not be still in the air. That would dissipate. That was what even the CDC said. So if you're going back 4 days later or 3 weeks later and you're still having headaches and your eyes are blurry, guys, we're talking about acute dioxin exposure. With the rashes we're seeing, that's my opinion. Everything about this adds up. My throat was still kind of itchy the whole time we were gone, but it seemed to get worse the moment they got back. People from East Palestine should really reach out to them. Their story is the same. Smith said the stench of chlorine stayed heavy for 2 weeks. She believed the chlorine also damaged her car, leaving white specks on the exterior and eroding parts of the paint before she drove to Texas. Remember the white material we saw in East Palestine that was drifting down states across? We're talking about the same thing. That is the byproduct. That is the material, the unburnt compounds that Scott's talking about. Weeks later, Smith said she still can't shake the throat irritation. Now, the Biolab fire has forced her to consider selling her home that she loves, despite that she helped design in 2006. Makes me sad. So I'll include all these for you. So make sure you can look into this yourself. All the information, the studies. And here's one more that I'll include that I've shown many times that I won't go in depth, but just to repeat the information so you can look into it, which is, so if we're talking about something like this, even more accurately, East Palestine, or not accurately, but more easy to understand since they've acknowledged the dioxin release there, right? Which again, it's an objective fact. There were dioxins released here. It's not a question. The question is how much, or if they'll ever acknowledge that if no one pushes them to. My point is, I could show you the 1995 CNN article that goes over how they know this is in your fast food and we don't know what to do about it, and no one's ever changed that. And it was hundreds of times, they know this. This is year 2000, a study discussing an important dynamic. Long-range air transport of dioxins, the thing that they forgot even exists today, specifically from North American sources, so your backyard, these plants that are existing wherever you are, like this biolab facility in Georgia, okay, take that as the example. One of the many, they say, here are North American sources that we can prove that have dioxin release. Now, this is a disaster, but for example, there are companies and things that still have byproducts of that when they make stuff. They pump it out in the air. The point is, you can prove, because of this study, that the Inuit community, so in this case, some people mistakenly call Eskimos, so you understand what I'm talking about, and those exist, but in this context, they're called Inuit, and they are in Nunavut, Arctic Canada. And they proved with the study that these women were having high levels, dangerous levels of dioxins in their breast milk, despite the fact that there was not a single source of dioxins within 200 miles of where they were. And they proved that it came all the way from North American sources. So logically speaking, if you can prove that it was dangerous in their breast milk, 200 miles, or rather even further, with not dioxin source with 200 miles, that from your biolab facility or whatever company, whatever lab or whatever plant in the United States, all the way to Arctic Canada, enough to be dangerous in her breast milk, don't you think it's dangerous for the people that live next to the plant? Or the people the state over? Or the state over from that? Or the state over from that? All of those places are far closer than Arctic Canada. So why don't we have studies talking about the dangerous breast milk dioxin sources for people living in Georgia? Because that's not what they want you to think about. Guys, that's not up for debate. This is a provable peer-reviewed study that shows this. So if in Arctic Canada, they're dealing with dangerous levels, it's happening to you. Period. I'll come back to this again sadly, when we have another. I'm sorry to be so kind of defeatist about it, but it kills me how obvious this is. And yet it just seems that we can't get anything to actually shift unless we get people that are willing to manipulate the story for some other reason to talk about it. But all I'm hoping about, aside from the change, is to reach you, wherever you are, Georgia or East Palestine or anywhere else, with the truth of it. So you can take actions in your life to keep yourself safe. That's really the focal point of this, because as much as you could probably tell, I know that these people don't care about change. But even on top of that, we always hold out hope that we can change it. So here are the last ones there. I'll conclude these for you to watch. Let's get into the next point. Okay. So I want to talk about the two-party illusion. And of course, on the positive side of it, that some of these things may actually change. Because if RFK actually follows through, or even gets his position first and then actually follows through with those things, some of these things may change. And that would be a net positive no matter what. Or just a positive, I should say. And the reality is that it could still be used for, it could be a ploy. But that still means that's a positive change. And that would still be seen for me as a positive. But I want you to continue to think of it that way. People that are playing team sport politics, it won't matter. They don't care if you expose all the things and do everything, as long as they're winning. That's how people like that think. But I know most of you don't think like that. I'd like to believe that. And it's about objectivity, that you believe that you chose him, you believe in him. But at the end of the day, you're still kind of going, okay, but I still don't like the vaccine thing. I'm still going to question this. I'm still going to be honest. I still have integrity. And I'm still going to call these things out when they go awry of what we were promised or what I don't believe we should be doing, whether or not it's Trump or a Republican. Same thing for Democrats. We all need to start getting there. So David Icke put out a great clip about what he said back in 2016. And weirdly, eerily, he says, and he stands by it today, he would say the exact same thing today. And I do think this is a great clip talking about the same point we're just making, right? The idea that this is, we can see some positive momentum in some ways, but we shouldn't blindly be accepting that. We should be ready to challenge.
100 million people in America, more than 300 million people in America were given the choice, in my view anyway, between a catastrophe and a disaster. It's not difficult to...
Again, this is 2016. This is old, and it's exactly the same thing today.
Manipulate choice if you control what those choices are going to be. However, there are some positive things about this which reflect something that's happening, and that is a change, a very obvious change in increasing swathes of the collective human psyche, which is looking at the world anew and rejecting the political establishment. Now, I don't think for a second that Donald Trump is an outsider, but that is irrelevant to the fact that he was perceived by vast numbers of people to be an outsider. So it's not so much what Donald Trump is that brought this about. It is what so many people perceived him to be, which is an outsider of the system. Where does it go from here? Well, it depends where Donald Trump goes from here and how much he himself becomes in office just another clone of the political establishment. And I think people are going to be disappointed. And I hope that should that happen, that people will go on to the next stage of this awakening. And that's to realize that the political system itself, no matter how you perceive the person you put in office to be, is the problem. And realize that it's not the political system that's going to change anything. It's the vast majority ceasing to cooperate with the actions of the few and the dictates of the few.
Yep.
Because the few can only dictate to the vast majority because the vast majority cooperate. When we stop cooperating with laws that are unjust, with laws that are simply designed to take our freedoms away, that are designed to control our lives and what we can do and what we can't do in terms of free choice and free thought, when we stop cooperating with them and say we're not doing it, no, we're not abiding by that, we're not abiding by that. This is the next stage of awakening to how the world works. Not seeing some person as an outsider who's going to come and change everything, but to realize that the only way to stop the few imposing their will on the many is for the many to stop cooperating with the few.
Exactly. I mean, it's what you've been hearing from us this time for, a decade, but recently more than ever, right? The idea that it's simply about recognizing that you're being driven in to comply with the control structure. I'm obviously people disagree with that, but he called it then, and despite the deliberate, willful ignorance around what Trump actually was a part of, and what it's people that stand back and see both sides as simply your government are capable of pointing out the absurdity that is Biden and the disgusting that the everything about the left or the right, it's all the same difference, and that Donald Trump did not carry out this life-changing administration, or that if you, at best, you argue that he was going to, but the Democrats wouldn't let him, as always. The point is that he called it, and that's what happened, like a lot of us did. And here we are. That's why even Gareth was saying, like, maybe this win will help them see that nothing's changed. Well, if it was going to happen, it would happen last time. So even if this goes the same way as it did last time, they'll simply point to the other side. And the point is, we need to stop playing this game. And the reality is, I sense it. I know most of you out there don't even like hearing this, but you sense it. You sense it. You recognize that there is something wrong. Just consider it. Don't stuff it away somewhere. Think about it. Now, Andrea Lynn points something interesting out. Now, I pointed this clip out the other day, and the same thing, that it's the weird, like the whole argument this whole time was that they're going to kill us all, or rather they're going to destroy the country, and they're going to block, which, by the way, most of which I agree with, it's simply your government, left or right. Okay. So it's not that I'm denying, it's that all of it is the same entity. Your government would love to put you somewhere where they can control you, would love to jam things in your arm without, that's all of them. As much as you like to personally identify with some character they put in front of you, the point is, it's all the same thing to me. But my point is that all of the narrative was from the right that the Democrats would never let this happen. And maybe we still got few months left. Maybe they will have some big move that they argue they cheated and we'll try to take. Who knows? It wouldn't surprise me, because a lot of us did sense that it was chaos from the other side. Now they're going to claim Trump stole it or whatever. But what's weird is they came out and he said, basically, I support that, and we need to come together. And I called Donald Trump and I congratulated him. It just felt very different than what you would have, if you asked any Republican, they would have probably told you that they would have gone, raised heaven and earth, whatever. They would take an extreme lengths to stop him because, well, that's what they kept telling us, right? That he was going to kill everybody, that he's a fascist Nazi, he was going to put people in camps. What's interesting is, all I'm trying to show you is that when these moments come, guess what? Usually they show you that they're the same thing. That it's about, this seems to indicate to me that Trump was the one that they're leaning into it at the very least, which challenges what a lot of them said you should see. And she also points out that all of a sudden he's super sharp. And I mean, I'm not one to lean into a lot of these kind of subjective things like, oh, he looks different this day. His voice is different. He's a clone. Whatever the people are saying, while always possible, I just find it to be hard to prove. So I tend to look away or just, engage with it, but not spend too much time on it. But I do agree. He seems very, very sharp in this clip. And she simply goes, Biden is now, and by the way, she's one of these, she's a Republican, at least I believe she is, but she has been calling out the Republican side, this whole time. Biden is now speaking clearly and sounding coherent. This is pure trolling. Biden and Kamala, and I agree with this, we're purposely acting like morons so people beg for another Trump administration. I actually agree. That seems to make the most sense. And I believe I did, maybe I didn't grab it again. Come to it in a second. But I put that clip thing out just saying, I think it is in here somewhere that we should consider. Maybe it's that one right there. Yep. I'm sure it's in here twice now, but the point was I just simply said in regard to Rania asking how they could be so stupid to let this happen. I said everyone needs to really consider that this was not stupidity at all, but an engineered plan to drive another Trump presidency for the interest of a long-term government agenda. I argue that's probably a technocratic direction, but you can decide. And of course, what people just lost their minds about this, and I didn't say it's for sure. I simply said we should consider it. Anybody that would react that crazy to just simply considering another point of view is ridiculous. Is worthy of ridicule in my mind. So they're acting like this. They're all actors on the same team, she says, playing roles in the scripted game called politics. Something to consider. I do think it's interesting. Now, here's also interesting shift is now you got Alex Jones saying CNN reports the Pentagon is meeting a secret plot to act against Trump. Now, because I get the sense, weirdly enough, that it seems almost likely now that this may be just uneventful. And yet the hype is necessary either way to get you to keep acting a certain way. But what's funny to me is, again, from my perspective, it's just your government. So whatever they're doing in this is to get you to drive a certain direction when they already have power. That's how I would look at it. But what's funny is that if this were something like, for example, with the Telegraph article, which I'll point to in a second about RFK Jr., I think it's right here, where I very clearly simply said this could be hype, could be lies, but I wanted to point it out because it's something I worry about, which is such an obviously balanced stance. Like it could be, just consider it, same thing. And I'll show you in a minute. The response is like, I can't believe you're trusting them. And it's like, did you even read what I just said? The idea that you should dismiss it without consideration because they lied to you is just as dumb as blindly accepting it. Anybody honest would consider it while questioning it, not taking it at face value. That's no matter where it comes from. So the point is that I think it's funny that the response is, I can't believe he trusts CNN, which is what I would get if I did, even though, as earlier with the Georgia article, the point is not that I'm blindly taking it at face value. I've checked the information and other source material, but still pointed to that because that's where I saw it first. Not that I trust CNN. But isn't it funny that here's Alex Jones saying, CNN says this. Well, you trust CNN? What if they're lying? Making a joke. But it's the same interesting overlap where suddenly the things that were taboo are now, we're the unity party where it's all, whenever you want it to be, we're all working together, except that's not even remotely what the real dynamic is happening in the group. But overall, this clip is simply about the Pentagon having meetings about the idea of around, I mean, honestly, who knows what you can't verify what they discussed, but the discussion is unelected bureaucrats essentially collecting to discuss how they can stop Trump. Well, the indication for me is not that this is assumption. And coming from CNN, technically, so maybe you should listen to, maybe they're lying to you. But either way, the idea that we can prove it's about Trump or the idea that them discussing things in the next 3-month period is somehow an indication of it. Again, my point is, of course it could be. Of course it could be them angling against this to change something against what you want. That's what your government does to you. But I think it's hilarious of this being a slanted one-way thing and about how CNN reports. And I think this is an indication of, again, journalists are not supposed to be cheerleaders for a political side. That's not what real journalists do, which is why I think it's funny that we see things like this, which I do argue, I took it as a joke, but maybe it's not. And my point is that I'm already seeing a real thread in here about how he would actually be or that people that we would laugh about being something like this. But Alex Jones writes, I formally accept the offer to serve as President Trump's new press secretary. So again, I feel like it was a joke, but how much you want to bet if he was offered the job that he would take it? I think you all know that. I think that's pretty obvious. And I think my point would be that doing that that's not something that even a journalist would cover. Why would you want that? You're literally flipping sides. You are now somebody who obfuscates information. Of course, they wouldn't frame it like that, But anyway, let's wait and see what happens. I've seen a lot of really crazy things floated around this. My point is that this is showing you partisanship, pandering, the idea that you are willing to go out of your way to obfuscate, to lie, to influence for a chosen political entity. A journalist should be holding them to account no matter what. I just want to point that out. I think that's happening a lot right now, where a lot of these right-wing quote journalists are just all in on a Trump campaign. And they simply argue it's because that's our best chance to save X, Y, whatever. It's all narrative. Even if you're right, the point is, as a journalist, you should be actively holding them to account, which they tend to throw you a bone to make it look that way. But I think we all know that's not how this works. Just like Fox, just like CNN, they are partisan, which is it's the antithesis of being a journalist. So it's actually about this. We'll come back to this point about Iran. Person thing, breaking, FBI's thwarted an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. You mean the FBI that wants to kill him, or, who cares, right? It all works the way you want it to. The point is, it says, I sure would be wonderful to have some evidence to back up these, any evidence to back up these intelligence says claims that they take at face value because they like it at this moment. Same difference. Why are you trusting what the FBI has to say? If it was about Democrat things, you'd say they're lying to us. How about we just objectively question it all the time? Actually having, what's the right word? Just objectivity. But anyways, the point is not about that. It's about this, where he says, have you talked about this yet? Only took 4 days to ask his supporters to give money to his opposition, who allegedly tried for the past 4 years to lock him up for life. Or, as many of them would argue, tried to kill him. And he says this is all such a blatant show. Now, first, always we should make sure these things are even true. This is a post from Donald Trump. I'll read to you next, which is true, which I find interesting. So his point first is to highlight this tweet where he's saying I should give some of the money to Democrats, is what he's saying, as how ridiculous this is. And it's all in the same vein of conversation right here. The shift to suddenly being pro this or anti that, it just changes to where they've been in the past about some, for me, the overarching point is not left or right, but how it's simply showing you that when they want it to, it all falls in the place they want it to. They all work together. They're the same thing. That's what I want you to really see. But even if you don't think that, just recognize how weird it is that these things are happening. So here's the actual tweet. Now I'll also show you how some of these key people in the background are the ones going, screw them, which just shows you that I think this is a complete ploy. He says, I'm very surprised the Democrats, who fought a hard and valiant fight in the 2020 presidential election, raised a record amount of money. It says, didn't have lots of money left over. Now they're being squeezed by vendors and others. Whatever we can do to help them during this difficult period, I would strongly recommend we as a party, and for the sake of desperately needed unity, do. We have a lot of money left over, and that our biggest asset is the campaign was earned media. And that doesn't cost very much. Make America great again. I just think that's odd. Now, look, I'll be as objective as possible. It's hard because I can very much convince these people are not what they seem to be. But, for a hopeful note, that's a good thing, right? It's a good thing that you're trying to bridge these gaps and make it and show that you don't want there to be animosity. It is. Regardless of that, this should be seen as a positive because it would alleviate some of the hatred that shouldn't exist between Americans, unless other than personal, whatever else. But of course, Kevin Sorbo says, I say let them handle it themselves. They hate you. Just showing you kind of mentality that's breeded here. Even if they do, how about you be a grown-up about it? How about you stop making it about petty disagreements and hatred when both sides act the same way all the time, which anybody objective can see. The vitriol, the hatred, the laughing at people suffering, it's all over the place. But my point is the same, that it seems odd. It seems out of character. I honestly believe, and again, this is because of the way I perceive these people, that this is simply knowing that their party would buck this, putting it out to make yourself look magnanimous. Knowing that nobody would want to do it, and probably knowing that it wouldn't even happen, simply making it look like we want to come together, when the part is that every aspect of both sides of this paradigm are driving you to hate each other. It's very obvious. Both Trump and Vance went on constant points to say these people were the enemy, multiple times, calling her trash, calling the supporters ridiculous. It's constant. Yes, the same thing happened in reverse, calling them garbage. The point is that they're both doing it, if you're actually being honest with yourself. So I find it to be an interesting point. But here's the kind of thing you get. Laura Loomer, again, apparently talking about Trump too, because he's the one that just said that. Can't believe how many people are saying we should forgive and hold hands with the people who tried to destroy our country. You see, that's what this kind of lowbrow, lowest common denominator point breeds. Blind hatred. Did every single person that happens to be a Democrat do that? Or are you only talking about the establishment? No, because you've seen her posts. She is full of hatred and small-minded attacks. Even her own party's calling her out. Viva Frey attacking her. People showing you that she is not. But guess what? Trump multiple times endorsed her. There's so many people that are right around him that he hasn't endorsed. That was trying to tap in, just like plenty of people, the extreme. Tap just like the left and the right did. They tapped into the most extreme parts of the party, as even Weinstein pointed out, and acting like they're not there. And then they drop people like this because they're ridiculous. They only make you look stupid and gross and lowbrow. And that's why that's not going to, I would argue, it's not going to happen. But nonetheless, she's saying what you're doing is bad. Even though objectively trying to find common ground should be what everybody wants, no matter what. I just find that to be interesting. And here on the other side of it is the left side of the media doing the exact same thing. Literally talking about how you should not speak to your family if they voted a different way. This is a poison, guys. This is a parasite that is constantly working its way through people in the partisan field. And it's not left, it's not right. It is simply partisanship. We all know that. And this should be disgusting to everybody with, just the people that don't want to breed hatred simply based on a difference of opinion.
A challenge with the idea of how do you interact with people who voted for this, right? If you are an LGBTQ person and someone in your family voted essentially against your rights, or you're a woman knowing that, this man was calling people the B word.
So what? So he's calling someone the B word and that means he hates women's rights? I mean, that's a stupid, illogical point. Like everything she's about to say. Of course, I don't think he has that much concern for it, but I don't know his mind. And it's a stupid that's again, like she's going to say next. One person makes a joke about Haiti, which I also thought was stupid. And suddenly now, if you vote for Trump, you hate Haitian people or you're a racist. These are stupid. These are, what's the right word for it? They are stupid, but I want to find a better adjective for it. These are hollow points. It is like saying somebody has a hat on, therefore everyone in this crowd is racist. It's childish. It is wildly off the path. They want you to think that makes sense because they're trying to make you act subjectively. They're trying to make you act irrationally to hate your neighbor simply because they have a difference of opinion. Didn't we used to pride ourselves on being that? Yes. Even if it wasn't real then, at least we pretended to be. These people are driving hatred and both sides while calling anybody that acts that way the problem.
J.D. Vance was literally calling Kamala Harris the trash.
Which he did. He called her the trash, which I thought was stupid. It was lowbrow. It was childish. But does that mean that everyone around him suddenly also thinks women are trash? Maybe. That's called an assumption, though.
We're going to take out the trash. I know a lot of Black women were incredibly triggered by that.
What is because Kamala's Black. I forgot we're supposed to pretend that while this is happening. Either way, it has no bearing on the larger picture. And again, the point is what she's going to get to is that we should just basically not talk to those people. Is that supposed to be intelligence? Is that the kind of thing we praise in this country?
And if you then meet somebody and they voted for the people who called you trash, or if you're Puerto Rican.
Okay, who called you trash? One person called Kamala trash, and yet now you're voting for people that call you trash? You've just extended that out to every woman in the country? Guys, this should be made fun of. This person should be laughed out of town. They should not have this job.
Someone voted that way. Do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? You've got the holidays coming up.
Right, because we're so sensitive, right? And by the way, the right is the same exact way. And I'm talking about the Teams for Politics side, not every conservative or liberal, but the idea that it's psychologically you shouldn't be around them. Do you know how weak that makes you? That you don't have the mental capacity to just simply go, you know what? He can have his opinion, I can have mine, and that's just okay because I'm a grown-up. It's embarrassing. I would be embarrassed if I was this person.
So I love that you asked this question because, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going to a situation.
It's not about entitlement. If you want to see them, go see them. If you don't. It shouldn't be based on whether they voted for somebody different than you. It's childish. It is small.
Where you have family members, where you have close friends who have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said.
Against you? This is the whole point. Language like this is the point. This is what partisanship does. I know the right loves to pretend it's only the left. They love to pretend they're the unity party while then they go out and attack everybody else. Some of them, my point. A lot of the leading elements, by the way, that they're against you. We pointed this out. It got really clear post 2016. It had been building before that, but we all saw that shift post his last election. I'm not blaming that on Trump alone or at all, really. Who knows? And my point is that we all saw that shift. Whoever you want to blame, you can decide. But we saw that. Suddenly, it wasn't just that we disagreed. It was you were the enemy. That if you disagree with me, you're going to kill everybody. You're going to end the country. You want to lock everybody. It was like extreme hyperbolic accusations. You voted you're against me, as opposed to just feeling differently.
Against your livelihood. And it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually
God, this is just so gross. Like, of course, on top of it, sort of the woke addition to the way they frame this. It's just sad. It is sad. And I really like to believe that most Americans are not this stupid. They're not this easily played into simply hating somebody because, I mean, again, it's even saying it out loud. It's like we all grew up with the same idioms and the same conversations, generally speaking. And the idea that you would simply hate somebody because they feel differently. Guys, your kindergarten teacher, your second grade teacher would sit you down and tell you why that's not appropriate. But here we are with supposedly leading media personalities waxing intellectual about how that's what good people do. That's what adults do, right? Lesser of evils. That's what the adults do. No, you're all being played if you're falling into this from either side of the paradigm. Now, here is a great little clip from I keep wanting to say doctor because a D there. I mean, I think he even is. I don't know if that's what the D is supposed to mean. But anyway, Alec Zek, who I really have increased, like, we've had difference of opinions on plenty of things over the years, predominantly around, well, again, not even difference, just that I'm not as the point of the terrain versus germ theory. And where I still stand is the idea that I don't think either side fully addresses the questions that I have. So I'm not really decided, which that's okay, by the way. More often than not, we're in a position where we don't know, and that's okay. Most people just feel forced to pick a side. My point is, though, he's one of the few that have really, we've talked in the past. He's interviews with Derek, and the point is that we disagree, but we can have an amicable conversation. More respect for that than anything. And on top of that, beyond that topic, I really do feel like he conducts himself with integrity, with whether it's about this conversation or just the idea of other discussions around this, and can call out things that may be seen as part of his side or whatever. I think that's worthy of praise, even if we ultimately disagree. So he breaks this down around something that we've been talking about, the way that people are so emotionally invested in these politicians. Whether you agree with them or not, it is a problem. I mean, our founding fathers would tell you that. So I want to play this clip from him. He just says, my thoughts on what I'm seeing out there.
Morning, everyone. Just wanted to comment on something real quick. If you sit back, zoom out a little bit, and just really observe what's going on, it is pretty crazy to watch as a good chunk of one side of the population, if you will, is overjoyed and in celebration as if they had just won the lottery with respect to a political victory. And I want to be very clear here. I'm not saying that this political victory might not have real world implications that impact people in their daily lives, but just wait to see what I'm getting at. So it's crazy to see one side so overjoyed, so overcome with positive emotion and celebrating, again, as if they had just won the lottery, or as if a child was just born, or they just got married. Some going even beyond the emotions that you would typically see with something like that. And then on the flip side, a good chunk of the other side of the population is so emotionally distraught, just overcome with grief and sadness and anger and frustration as a result of this same political victory. And the crazy thing to observe with respect to this is that whether you're overjoyed or whether you are emotionally distraught, it indicates that you put so much importance and outsource so much power to men and women who call themselves government that your emotions are impacted on that level by these political happenings. And again, I'm not saying that these things don't have real world effects, but what I'm getting at is the only reason that that seat, the president, and these other political seats have any real power over anyone is because of that very same collective belief that comes back to individual belief in its legitimacy. And we're seeing that play out in real time. My core message is like, look, if you're going to vote, if you're going to, play into politics, great. Joel Salatin, being in charge of agriculture to some degree now, that is going to be incredible. I don't discount that. What frustrates me though, especially coming from the freedom community, is how many people are outsourcing so much agency, so much authority to these politicians to the point that they are overjoyed, like uncontrollable emotions surrounding this political victory, when if those same exact people, even just a small chunk of the freedom community was like, I don't care who wins that position, I'm going to do what I can in my own life to ensure that I exercise my own God-given authority, my own rights, and that I am committed to my own agency and cultivating that, irrespective of who's in that position. Like, if people focused on orienting their lives in such a way, individually, and more importantly, collectively, in groups, finding other like-minded people, and we're working on that with a way forward. We'll get to that here soon. We have a website coming that will really, really facilitate those connections, both with like-minded farms, like-minded people, alternative schools, et cetera, like-minded practitioners. But facilitate and orient their lives in such a way that it doesn't fucking matter who's in that position. That whether it's a victory in your favor or not, you're not emotionally overcome, whether positive or negatively, because you're like, doesn't really matter what happens there. I know that no man or woman in that position has power over me, and I know that I'm orienting my life and I'm finding community around me that are all orienting our life towards cultivating more freedom, more coherence, more health, more prosperity. Like, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being happy about this. Like, I'm happy with the things that they're saying if they come true, which is a huge if. But I know that no man or woman in that position has authority over me, and I know that if a lot more people took that posture, dissolved those foundational belief systems regarding other men and women having power over them, the power would not be there. It's not real. It's not actually a thing in reality. It's predicated and upheld by our collective beliefs. That's how it works. So I just wanted to share that. Zooming out, it's crazy. It's really crazy to watch how people become so charged one way or another over this, which indicates how much power, how much importance they are placing on it. And the only reason that position has power and importance is because people place power and importance on it. If people withdrew that power and support and belief in its legitimacy, there wouldn't be as much of an influence that position has.
Just like what David Icke was saying, just like what a lot of us saying. If the many stopped pretending the few had the right over them, they wouldn't have the influence they have over you. And it's a very, yes, that it's not as simple as there'd be some level of violence and some level of reaction, some level of consequence. Personally, I'd like to give it a shot. I'd like to err on the side of liberty and freedom over the side of safety, like our founding fathers said we should. But, that's just me. Now, on the point of the obviousness of how clearly I see these people showing you things that would in any other context be called out. that it shows you where we see this going. This is interesting. So here Alex Jones points out, look out, NWO, New World Order, and shows you Vance, Elon Musk, and Donald Trump. And it says, congratulations to historic victory. The golden age of America is beginning. That's what a lot of people keep saying. And I simply said, yeah, look out, NWO, and showed you the clip where he says Novus Ordo Seclorum, which, if I remember correctly, it was it's what's on the crest, and it's the same idea. It's like a new world order, essentially, is what the I should just do this so I can tell you exactly what it translates to. I forget. The new order of the centuries. And it's considered the same conversation. Okay, the point is, now that doesn't prove anything. He could say it because he wants to believe it's a positive thing, as somebody commented, and sure, I hope so. I'm not saying otherwise. I'm saying, well, my point was, I simply said, do I even need to say it? You all know already. But many of you are just pretending it's not there. And that's the larger conversation of where all these things are pointing. But also, if there were anyone else on the left, Alex would be framing this quite a bit differently. And I think we all know that. If this was Biden or anybody else, they'd be screaming about how obvious it was. Well, he says it, and it's about, yay, good things. Well, maybe. I hope so. But it seems a little bit one-sided, doesn't it? And I think that's important to point out. That's my point about these people cheerleading instead of actually being objective. And this is what I think is funny. Somebody posted this. Klaus Schwab, who many of them during this time said the term New World Order. And most of these people were screaming, rightly so. And it's like the meme says, no, only evil globalists want that. By the way, including Alex Jones. Globalism. While ignoring Israel, who's a central part in this globalist agenda. But as well as the fact that all of this is connected. The WEF agenda is being outrun through Elon Musk right now. And of course, he comes out and says New World Order, and they go based. All right. Cool brain chips and AI. The good guy, right? That's not even the majority, in my opinion, but it's too many. So here is something he keeps doing, but I think is just transparent. And again, I hope I'm wrong. He'll come out and point to something. But not even necessarily say we should change it or what we're going to do, but then the momentum rolls around it because the assumption is this will change because he's pointed to it. Even if they really wanted to change some of these things, the point is that you would argue that they wouldn't be the first pushback. They would not follow through. Or in most cases, I don't think they even care to change these things. It's about getting you to believe they will. So this is a Vivek Ramaswamy, same points, pointing to this conversation about, well, he frames it as the Constitution is back in fashion. There are 3 branches of government, not 4. Of course, the 4th branch can refer to a lot of things, usually the media or the 4th estate. But it can generally just mean another structure, another power structure that is not part of the government, but is influencing that or controlling it. Usually regarded as the media. But the point, regardless, is that the conversation, changing future legal leaders, Yale Law School, is about the general point of how we're going to bring it back to the core, okay. And Elon says the unelected and unconstitutional federal bureaucracy currently has more power than the presidency, legislature, or the judiciary. This needs to change. Okay, so the deep state oligarch, insider, billionaire technocrat wants you to believe that these people himself have too much power. Now, technically, you wouldn't argue he's an unelected bureaucrat, but it's the same conversation. Now, but taking him out of it, my point is simply to highlight how funny it is that this needs to change. I'm willing to bet you anything that none of that changes. First example will be when they continue in the next 3 months or 4 months to appoint all of the unelected, unconstitutional federal bureaucrats who will hold power. All of them. Mark my words. So this is simply a hollow point to make you go, yay, change and stuff. And then when they do the same things, you go, yay, they did it. Despite the fact that they're the same people doing the same things for the same government, for the same agendas, and we will continue to march blindly through it if we allow it. That's my opinion. But here's the point. Unelected, unconstitutional federal bureaucracy. Okay, well, let's look at a list of the positions filled by the presidential appointment with Senate confirmation. That's what he's talking about. The unelected power structure, the people that don't go through a popular vote for the average individuals in the country who get elected or put in position by the president and many other examples. But my point is to show you all of those unelected positions that Donald Trump will be filling in the next 4 months. Okay, so when Elon says this needs to change, well, guess what? You are in a position to change it. You control every aspect of power right now, and if you wanted to, you could change these things. Despite all of the narrative that will come out about how you can't just change. Yeah, you can. You can. I don't care if you can break every law and do anything unconstitutional. I'm not advocating for those things. I'm saying you could do that. You could change things if you wanted to. Now, of course, if they did it in a way that circumvented other things, I'd be the first to call it unconstitutional. I'm not advocating for it. I'm simply showing you that in the first example, you could do whatever you want because they right now do whatever they want all the time. Laws and regulations and agenda, they don't matter to these people. First point. Secondarily, they actually can change these things through the system if they wanted to, with all of that control. I'm going to bet you my life that won't happen. Here, and this is, I mean, and look, just look at how long this goes. Every single one of these positions are unelected positions filled by the president and some of which go through Senate confirmation. The main part to stand out is the Department of Defense. And, I should say main, there's plenty of other concerning examples, but the Secretary of Defense, the Deputy Secretary, General Counsel, Department of Defense, this is all war-focused stuff. And all of these people, and many other examples throughout this are connected to intelligence. These people are acting unilaterally, in most cases beyond the executive branch, all the time. So if we want to talk about an unelected, bureaucratic, unconstitutional, this is what we're talking about. Willing to bet you it doesn't change. I hope I'm wrong. Let's see. Example 2. This is a meme that says, should children be taught how to grow food as part of their schooling? And he goes, should we? Yes. Easy answer. Yes, obviously. No brainer. The fact that we even have to float this, like maybe we should. Of course, the argument is they're going to, the point I'm making is the same that people would point out, that he's just floating it for people to think about it. Well, good. I will say that people considering these things is a good thing, but think about how crazy it is that we have to open the conversation for should we be learning how to take care of ourselves? Should we be learning how to actually grow food and be obviously? And in most places of the world, they still do that. But what's interesting to me is, do you think this is going to change something? Do you think he's pointing this because he's taking notes? Then everyone goes, yes, please do it. And he's going to make a change. I hope so. But I don't think we're that naive. And again, with the power they have, they could make this happen. But I'm almost willing to bet you anything that it won't. This is about trying to throw bones in with his little bot spread idea. Yes, 100%. Absolutely. Thumbs up. This, in my opinion, has been proven to be bots. They're just dumping out little, and then of course, when they do that, it gets millions of views every time, whether it's his or somebody else's. That's usually when he's raising up other things. Now, that's more the example than his own tweets, but when people share things and he just goes, yes, and it gets 45 million views. I'll show you some points next about why I think this is more obvious algorithmically. But either way, I don't think we can be this naive. Hope is one thing. But using these things to argue, this is what I keep bumping up against, is people that seem to be genuine people that argue like, well, we know for sure that this will happen less under this administration than that. No, we don't know that for sure. Yes, I'll argue the indications seem to present that because of RFK or what Trump said, but we don't know anything until it happens. These are all assumptions. But yet you argue with somebody about how this administration is less likely to push vaccines than Kamala's administration or vice versa, that we know that. And I simply go, well, we don't know that. It seems more likely, but they will lose. You're wrong. We know that. That's blind belief, even though I would argue that, yeah, probably so. We don't know that. And the fact that we even have to get into that argument shows you how lost a lot of people have become because of partisanship. Same point with the Telegraph article. That we have to argue between considering and pushing or believing. These are very different things. Anybody objective can see that, but I think the partisanship is dangerous for that reason. But Mike Fairclough points out, yes, children should be taught how to grow their own food. As a head teacher, I did this. Plus, every child in my school was taught to light a fire, cook over it. I also taught them to shoot and use knives, which obviously this will never happen because of all the screaming partisan nonsense, despite the fact that, of course, we should learn how to protect ourselves and use knives. And, well, whether other people in the world may disagree, because of the obvious enshrinement of the Second Amendment, which is an inherent God-given right, whether they wrote it down, obviously. But the parents loved it, and so did the authorities and the media at the time. Things changed when I spoke out about COVID vaccine rollouts to children, and then they became persona non grata. But you can look at it for yourself. Now, this is something that killed me because Bob Marone from Bob's Cartoons put out a really, really crazy tweet. I wish I would have saved it, taken a screenshot. I can't do that with everything you see. It would take too much time. But he deleted his tweet for some reason, or it was taken down. I don't know. But nonetheless, I wanted to relay to you what it said, because I wrote around it This is exactly the type of unseen social engineering and manipulation I've been discussing and that I'm certain is happening on this platform. Something tells me this doesn't even scratch the surface and that the full picture is far more concerning than we imagine. Now, if you look at his account, he's pretty critical of Twitter, of Musk, of a lot of stuff, Trump included. So I just don't know why this is gone. I wonder it was deleted for him. I don't know. Because here's the point. What he said in there, to try to remember off the top of my head, if somebody has a picture of this or something or archived, please send it to me. He said that his account was deleted essentially, and there's some kind of weird glitch, and that they basically auto-manufactured some account for him with a new name and everything. And then when he tried to go back, it just auto-filled it, and that was his account now. All of a sudden, some new name that they picked, and it's crazy. And then apparently through some process, he was able to get back to their account, but now apparently both existed no matter what. And they kept kind of sorting out and going one to the other. Now, my point is, that's not something we're supposed to see. The overlap there with they're forcing it to kind of join and glitching back and forth, there's something else happening there, whether that's some kind of digital twin dynamic, I don't know. But I'm telling you, I keep seeing this stuff, and it's wild. And he was the way he explained it, I wish I could see it because it was so much more in depth about how weird it was, how unnerving it was, and how suddenly he was being forced into this different, I mean, it was so strange. And again, I'm convinced this is social engineering at a level we have never seen. But I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, it says his account was replicated by not him in the chat. So other people saw the same thing. And you can see down here, the point is people just simply saying, and again, this page doesn't exist anymore because of course it doesn't. This is the world we live in today. Yeah, just other people commenting on, you can read for yourself. But so then here's another example, which I've yet to flush out. Let me know in the chat. What's Polly? What's the name is different today, but Fringe Views was the name of, at Fringe Views. What was it originally? Polly Questions, or I forget the name originally, but anyway, Polly, most people are familiar with. She's got Fringe Views on Twitter. Which I don't agree with everything she has to say, but she's usually challenging a lot of this stuff. And apparently her account's gone, and it is. But it doesn't say. It says this doesn't exist. Now, people did argue that she would argued earlier that she was taking a little bit, stepping back a bit from Twitter, so maybe it got deleted by her. But it seems unlikely. But it's now, just kind of gone. So I wonder whether there's more of this happening and we don't know about it and people aren't being heard because they, who knows? I'm very convinced that there's more going on around this stuff, whether that's one of them or not. Now, George Galloway spoke up about this. For those of you that are getting paid out by Twitter, he had an interesting point about this. Amazing Polly. Thank you. That's her name before was Amazing Polly. George says, hey, Elon Musk, I had tens of millions of views on your platform last month and you paid me $88. That's some kind of joke? I mean, there's no accountability here. There's no process. We don't get to see any information about how this works, algorithmic or otherwise. So even in the argument of like the free nature of this, where it's, aside from their obvious statements that a lawful but awful or freedom of reach, not speech, or speech, not reach, or whatever, right there, it shows you they have their own pick. They're picking and choosing who they think is in the group and not. Simple. But even within that supposedly good group, how do we have no clue about what, and maybe I'm not saying we should have to, but I'm simply saying that if you don't see it, the assumption that somehow it's all equal in free speech, why would you assume that? In every other indication, they're going the opposite direction, working with GARM, working with the government 90-something% of the time, according to their own lawsuit, censoring things around Israel and other things, including medical freedom. I mean, guys, this is everything the opposite. And that's my point about the social engineering part of it. So why we assume that it's all free speech when they're actually censoring is ridiculous. So on top of that, my point is that within this, people like him that are even getting paid hit millions of views. And so that means selectively they're choosing to not allow that to make money versus the others. Now, just like before with YouTube, the advertisers, it's the same point. That's how this works. Just like with Rumble, by the way, all the same choke points. So why they're not leaning into their advertising, who knows? I think we're being shuffled over there, quite frankly. The point is that this doesn't make sense. And of course, nobody's going to respond to him because Galloway is talking about things you're not supposed to say around Israel, primarily, I argue. Now, the rest of them just simply saying he's got a lot of views and no money for it. Now, the point is, obviously, there's people out there that are getting half those views. They're getting 70 times the money. I just pulled that out of nowhere, but a lot. Getting tens of thousands of dollars for dumping what I can prove to you in many cases are blatantly false information, but that's their right. And certainly false information is going to be more entertaining for some people, so it even makes sense. Nonetheless, It is leaning into that dynamic, and you're becoming exactly what they're framing you as in many cases. And people like George Galloway, who there's plenty of things I disagree with, especially during COVID, but he is, I argue, somebody with integrity, and only in the context, I know some people disagree with the COVID stuff, but my point is you can look at him consistently to see somebody, I argue, is doing what they think is right. And the point in this case, that is why you don't make money. If you lean into it and you pat Elon on the head and you bow to it, of course, you're going to make a lot of money. Now, David Icke says the same thing. This is an excellent, and by the way, this is a video from Owen from InfoWars. And he's saying, this is an excellent video from Owen. I wrote in the reveal about how certain people are boosted by a repost from Elon's machine gun posting with, wow, or interesting, and how those on message are boosted by the algorithm while others are suppressed and shadow banned. This, of course, plays out in income received. Now, my point is not income. Income is a byproduct of this. I'm talking about the influence, controlling of the narrative, the social engineering of all this, and the illusion of who is popular, successful, and reach versus not based on the way they frame this. That, guys, that without question has an effect on if you think voting is a part that translates voting, or the idea of influence and control and information and what you perceive to be real. It says, I refuse to take any money from X and declined to sign up when registration for money was instigated. Money is not the point here. He says, as Owen says, boosting people on message and suppressing those with comments you don't want people to see is not free speech. It's not, guys. That's my point. Objectively, no matter how you slice this, this is not a free speech platform. It says it is a policy, in the words of Yacarino, called freedom of speech, not reach. And as Sam Husseini points out in an interview, that is freedom of speech by precedent in history. They're one and the same. And they know that, don't care. But it says with lawful but awful, content hidden. They decide what is awful. These blatantly anti-freedom policies have boosted those from the mainstream who have hijacked the alternative media since COVID to mega prominence to ensure that the genie stays as close to the bottle as possible. So that's one part of it. And it's so crazy how obvious it is. These Tuckers and the rest that are half a step removed from the corporate media are now the independent media, all funded by billionaires and technocrats, but totally on the outside. That's one part of it. Right. So they've just recreated the corporate media as the mainstream alternative media. But on top of that, even further, you've got people that are being boosted that are deliberate like people that are almost gleefully making fake information, like completely fabricating information, which of course is their right. But then they are the ones boosting that. So you get people like Matt Wallace with millions of followers, which it's not like some kind of begrudging thing. Good. Do what you want. Make your followers. My point is to highlight that they are egregious deceivers, constantly putting out fake information, and then Elon and the rest point to them, share them. Or the Visegrad account from the Israeli propaganda account that Elon still continues to share from, even though they made him share fake information about Venezuela. A provably fake example, but that keeps happening. And yet, weirdly, they keep rising them up. So where's that direction coming from? Who's deciding? I don't think it's Elon, quite frankly, and I'll play a clip for you next. But it says a fair and genuine system says there is one algorithm for everyone so that all of those who follow a page get to see the post they choose to see. So think about it, guys. Isn't that what he promised essentially in the beginning? And then, of course, we find out that he is allowed. And, of course, then you get the rational people. Oh, well, the government, he has to comply with some because, well, the government. Well, then okay, for whatever your rationale, that's not what he promised. And exactly like people like me always point out, I never gave you a reason why. I simply said I don't believe it will come to pass. And here we are. And you guys fall over yourselves like, what? Here's why. And it didn't. I don't care. I never argued why. I simply knew that this was, in my opinion, never going to happen. And so I think the reality is that you can see that this should be one algorithm that clearly dictates what is, and through that algorithm that you can then understand. But it's not. It's selective and it's individual. And then he complies with government actions and he complies with GARM. That's what's already happened. It's easy to prove. Their own lawsuit made it clear. It says we are nowhere even close to that and quite the opposite. He says, I personally, and again, this is still David Icke speaking, I personally would not trust Musk so long as his lips are moving, and it is vital that people watch the actions and outcomes. My God, do we need to hear that? Over everything, guys. Actions, outcomes, results. Words from politicians do not mean anything, whether you trust them or not. Because realize, even words, they could mean them at the time, and they could still change. Excuse me, I have a hiccup. And still change, as we see every day. And it says where Twitter is being taken is the Everything app. And mega global banking ambitions is to impose the very agenda that Musk and Trump claim to oppose. Hurl your abuse at me, he says. I really couldn't give a damn. But you'll see, very possibly, when it's too late. Sadly, I agree. Now it's about a 12, 13-minute clip of Owen saying what he outlined. I just find it interesting because clearly Elon and Alex Jones and Tucker, they're all kind of part of this kind of anomalous thing right now. Blind towards Israel, blind towards Trump and the rest of them. But now you're getting interesting examples of people that are tangential or even part of the main part, like Owen, who are calling some of these parts out. So, I mean, that good on him. Credit where credit is due. Whether it's part of an agenda or not, the idea that someone like him would call this out in the midst of all of that, I would argue that's integrity. But we'll have to see how it flushes out to know whether it's part of a ploy or not, which we should also always consider. And by the way, guys, my point is always to consider that with me too. Ask whether I'm, whether you believe you can trust me or not. My point is just to counterbalance it with the reality that this should always be what we do. And to some people, that's exhausting, but that's just the way the world is. So choose to engage with it honestly or not. It's up to you. Question everything. Now, Greg Reese, who I don't know if he's still part of InfoWars or not. He was. I don't know if he still is or not. Either way, the point is that he made a great clip breaking down some very, very challenging points. This is from 2023, by the way, of Elon Musk. Now, these points are all important. And it just shows you that he is just yet another construct like Trump and like the rest that are being used and put forward by people I argue are not on stage. The point is that you can, all these things, whether he lies about where his money came from, or whether he was broke when he grew up, and if you can prove he's lying, it's interesting how Kamala makes a statement about something that she did growing up, and we can prove she's lying, and that's a story for 15 days, right? Well, obviously they're in power and make shit, but this is somebody who is clearly more powerful than all of them, and about to be even more so with this administrative position. And what he says here is worthy of consideration, and asking yourself whether you're being deceived about something much bigger than just what cars he's making and what businesses he starts.
Pop culture has touted Elon Musk as some sort of eccentric heavyweight genius with humble beginnings. But this is demonstrably false. Elon Musk was born in South Africa, where he claims he grew up extremely poor, but his family owned an emerald mine. As a teenager, Elon would trade emeralds for cash in New York City, and his father bragged how they had so much money we couldn't even close our safe. Musk claims to have had about $100,000 of student loan debt, but he received a full scholarship to the University of Pennsylvania, where he bought a 10-bedroom frat house with his friend Adeo Resi and ran an illegal nightclub. The pop culture claim is that Elon has an IQ of 155, but this has never been tested. And after being accepted into Stanford for PhD studies, he dropped out after 2 days. After dropping out, Elon began his first business venture with his brother Kimball, Zip2, which was essentially a digital version of the Yellow Pages. The brothers received tens of thousands of dollars from their parents, and yet Elon denies this. An associate of Elon's father, Greg Curry, got involved to bring in investors, but Elon's code was no good, so they had to hire on professional coders to rewrite everything. Zip2 was then sold for $307 million to Compaq, who later shut it down without ever earning a profit. Elon made $22 million, bought a $1 million McLaren F1 supercar, which made mainstream news, before he totaled the uninsured vehicle. Musk then went on to create an online bank, X.com. He partnered with banking expert Harris Fricker, Edward Ho, and Christopher Payne. All three ended up leaving the company after accusing Elon of lying to the media about the quality of their product. Elon claims he founded PayPal. Before the company was named PayPal, it was known as Confinity. It was founded in 1998 by Peter Thiel and Max Levchin. After losing millions of dollars, Elon's X.com was bought by Confinity in a merger in 2000. All Musk contributed at Confinity was his own power struggle. He made himself CEO and pushed to change the name to X.com. The executive team successfully petitioned to fire Musk while he was away on vacation. Part of Musk's resignation agreement stipulated that all references to founders of the company will be removed from their website, allowing Elon to claim credit, which so far is all he has ever achieved. Peter Thiel then rebranded the company as PayPal, went public, and sold to eBay for $1.5 billion. Elon made $180 million from the deal, which he then invested into Tesla, SpaceX, and failed company SolarCity. Elon falsely claims to be the founder of Tesla. Tesla was founded in 2003 by Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard, who developed the Tesla Roadster. When Tesla Motors began looking for venture capital, they approached Elon Musk, who had the fake credibility as PayPal's co-founder. Musk joined with the condition that he be named chairman of the board. In emails, Musk was upset that the media was not giving him credit for Tesla Motors and went after Martin Eberhard, replacing him as CEO. He then forced Eberhard out of the company and rewrote the company's history to have himself listed as an original co-founder. Martin Eberhard, the man behind the Tesla Roadster, was promised the first Roadster off the assembly line, but Musk screwed him over on that as well and sent that car into space.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
So who is Elon Musk? Elon describes his father as being an evil, abusive man. His father, Errol Musk, has been accused of being a pedophile and fathered a child with his stepdaughter, who is 42 years younger than him. This spoiled, narcissistic failure, son of accused pedophile, wants to put computer chips in everyone's brain so that we can merge with artificial intelligence. His girlfriend is now bragging how this could all lead to a communist utopia. And strangely enough, former Nazi and head of NASA, Wernher von Braun, predicted a man named Elon would conquer Mars in a 1952 novel that he wrote. Which is odd, because NASA has partnered with Elon's SpaceX to work towards colonizing Mars. Elon Musk, like everything else in today's modern society, is a fraud, a fake genius, to you by the fake news. Here's a pro tip for dealing with the mainstream media and all of pop culture. Assume it's a lie and research everything.
Now, last part first. Don't assume it's a lie, but the second part, research everything. Question it, consider it, research it, do your due diligence, everything. Now, in general, you know, the video you can watch, double check for yourself, as I have, and look through the information and realize the obvious nature of a lot of the stuff he's discussing and the points that aren't, you know, the more of the connecting dots that he's putting forward. Consider for yourself. But just realize how interesting all this is. And again, the only reason I would focus on something like this is because of how clearly I believe he's playing a central role in something bigger than politics. Because, I mean, realize as much as everyone out there tries to box everything we do into some political game about left and right, what are we always telling you? That it's just your government. We are beyond that. And I could be wrong, of course. But as I see it, that's not where I'm aiming this stuff at. I'm aiming this at trying to reach you with who I see is building your technocratic panopticon, using the two-party illusion to get you to not see it. That's what I'm talking about. Now, lastly, Derek simply points this out. David Harris goes, hey, new robotic security at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. Hey, look at that. He's using the Great Reset DARPA dog. Cool. As Trump says, will Trump embrace these robot dogs for police forces around the U.S. as well? Hope not. Trump beefs up security with robot dog at Mar-a-Lago. Guys, it just, with everything you just heard about that, every overlap with, I mean, the whole point's about the Musk clip in general. Did you not hear the long ago overlap before PayPal with Peter Thiel? You know, hear about 2 different times he tried to turn companies into X.com. And here we are with X.com. Overlapping with the financial I mean, this is like, you could not pick a more alarming check every box individual. The only thing that changed it is because he's on Trump's side. That's it, guys. If this was Kamala, if this was Klaus Schwab, or literally anybody else that's on even just not on the Republican side, they would be screaming, rightly so, about how alarming all of this is. But not today. Now, on the idea of the cabinet picks and the administrative, you know, the people being chosen for position, Jason Bassler put out a Swamp Watch 2.0, simply pointing out some of the ones we're worried about. And I will address the statement from Trump recently about what he claims is coming. Again, just another statement. He says Susie Wiles, which has already been chosen as the chief of staff, the White House chief of staff, has a reputation for secrecy and influence. Now, she is apparently currently a lobbyist for Mercury, I forget the second part of the company, but as well as a former lobbyist for Pfizer and Big Pharma. She's one of Trump's most trusted advisors, apparently. Also a former lobbyist for tobacco, and apparently also was involved with the effort to get Trump removed from the power. I mean, all sorts of crazy overlaps. Mike Pompeo, of course, which again, Trump's distancing himself from, but we have yet to see what happens yet. You all know, former CIA director, State Department, Zionist, you know, aggressive a Ron Hawk. The guy is the worst. Right? He is like the top deep state element in all of this, and he is seemingly right next to this position right now, and we'll see how it plays out. Brian Hook, and people have also argued that Pompeo is such an obvious example of the deep state. They float him in order to make it look like they listen to you and everybody else is just as bad. And that's something Daniel McAdams put forward. Brian Hook, another Zionist known for his hawkish stance on Iran, appears to be about to get a position, if not already. Apparently was just hired for the State Department. John Paulson, the billionaire hedge fund manager famous for profiting off the 2008 financial crash, is reportedly the top choice for Treasury Secretary, because of course. There's also word about Trump campaign is distancing itself from RFK Jr., but again, these are all up in the air right now. Now, this is where I pointed this out. Again, I just wanted to quickly show you this. I simply said in regard to the Telegraph, which did come from people inside, but again, the end of the day doesn't prove anything. It could be floated as a way to get people to jump the gun from the right, or it could be floated by the left in order to trick people. All of this can happen. That's why, objectively, I say this could just be hype or deliberate political misinformation from either side, but it's indeed what I am worried about, which is why I posted this, that they might use RFK to get things happen and then couch him somewhere where he has no influence. Now, Samuel says, this is BS. Don't give this any attention. How many times we're going to be burned by corporate media? Okay. I mean, I get the sentiment. I see they're very, very dishonest. And I did not mean this in a negative, attacking way. This is, I argue, a very balanced and measured response because he says something that I don't want people to, I want to make sure I balance it with what I think, which is the only ones getting burned by this would be those that are blindly accepting it or blindly ignoring it or ignoring whatever aligns with their worldview, what most partisans do on a regular basis. Considering all that is said while not blindly accepting it is what any honest journalist investigator would do or should do. In no way is that, confrontational, right? I'm just simply going, but I disagree. It is people that blindly accept or dismiss. That's the problem. He responded by saying, and again, just seems to be measured so far, and I appreciate it. He said, there is a difference between considering and promoting. 100% agree. This is nonsense and everyone knows it. I disagree with that. We don't know that. That's your opinion. So we went from acknowledging, considering, and promoting, which we all agree with, except then saying we should ignore that, and you can come to your own conclusion. I obviously think that's wrong. He says Donald Trump is not distancing himself from RFK. RFK will most definitely be in the administration. See my point? That is something that anybody objective is going to say, well, you don't know that, man. You can argue it's clearly more likely, but we don't know definitely. That is you believing what billionaires and oligarchs and technocrats tell you. And maybe you're right, but you don't definitely know that. And the fact that we have to have that conversation is kind of concerning. And I said, you're right. I'm quite obviously considering it as anyone honest would. You're blindly dismissing it, meaning you aren't. Of course, you could be right, but your false certainty is ridiculous. And of course, that's the first time I say something that, again, let's blame it on me. That's my fault for making it about something, accusing of something. Fair enough. But I said, even if he intended to, something could change that. Only one here is being objective. And the point is, it goes on where he says, I'm not going to consider or entertain anyone who has lied to me repeatedly. So that's the best place to leave it. And I simply asked if you're intentionally conflating believing with considering. I just don't understand this. How can people actually not see that? So I think it's important. As well as the fact to say, okay, right, like a lesson for me in the sense of trying to, I get the sense this was coming, as you can see from the rest of the conversation, an adversarial kind of way. But as always, as Derek pointed out in a recent conference that we had, he pointed out words like normie and sheep and blah. And he asked the question, how many times have used those words have they gotten someone to change their mind? Right? And as anyone can learn from those lessons. It's easy to get pulled into these things online or in the real life. The point is our objective trying to change minds or just trying to be right or making fun of someone for being wrong, which is somebody in my family does all the time. So I think that's important to consider. So overall, the bottom line is, of course, he could be distancing. It could be on there that we don't know yet. That's the real point. We still don't know, no matter what anybody says. It hasn't happened yet. And we'll come to Trump's statement on Pompeo in a second to make that point even more clear. But again, to show you who's already there, as Shannon Joy points out, this is Trump's new chief of staff, Susie Wiles. And it's important to read this stuff and hear this. She became the co-chair of lobbying firm Mercury Public Affairs in 2022. And their clientele, Pfizer, Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, connected with Bill Gates, which spearheaded vaccine funding and distribution efforts during COVID-19. A role also played by the United Nations Foundation. Another Mercury client, I think first I read that wrong now that I'm reading it a second time, for a fourth time technically, but the idea of United Nations playing a role in the same thing, not necessarily that she's working for them. Mercury client, Gilead Sciences, developing COVID-19 therapeutics. And this gets even more crazy where it's saying that their senior team on what she works for is peppered with all sorts of pharmaceutical lobbyists. And it goes on to point out that they work with working on COVID-19 products and tests. And the other main point was simply that Short Life, which is a group that she advocates for, is run by the United Nations Foundation. So there is an overlap, which played a leading role in funding in response to COVID-19 in regard to rapid rollout of vaccines. They launched a COVID-19 response fund. I mean, and with the WHO, these are very clear issues and are exactly the opposite of what we said. Are we pretending there's nobody better for this position? Now I'm going to get to the point again about how people want to argue, oh, it's so difficult to pick. It's really not. You don't have to pick a politician, guys. You don't have to pick an insider. Pick anybody. Pick your uncle if he's got the best intentions. The point is, it doesn't matter if you believe. The point is what they say in the beginning. Now, I'm not saying I agree with this, but in the beginning, it was first term, it was, well, Trump doesn't know everything, but he's going to surround himself with people who do. Okay, well, that's all we should be asking for. If you believe Trump's decision-making process, then let him pick out of everybody in this country who might be best in order to decide what the chief of staff for the White House, not a lobbyist, big pharma manipulator, because, well, she's got insight. We're back at square one if you think that makes sense. Got to have insiders to fight the inside. Well, that's the same thing as last time. Having the courage and the integrity to call out what this is. By the way, you could still say bad choice, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she is on the right side. Maybe good things will happen. Of course you can say that. And I would agree because it's possible. But you have to have the integrity to say bad choice. That's not what we promised. Now, here's a weird one that has yet to come to pass, but I'm seeing people point to it, and I'll show you why. It does seem very abstract, but I'll show you why this got brought up. Weirdly enough, I get the sense that the Republican side is sort of trolling with this. Donald Trump News, a random account on Twitter, says, breaking news, Bill Gates wants to work with Trump administration to build a better future, which is not actually exactly what was said. Brian simply points out the same thing a lot of us did, that if this happens, that would be ridiculous. Being reported this, and if it happens that, basically if this maniac is there, it shows you everything we're talking about. But here's what it comes from. This is just one of the many articles that Psyop what he said, and he simply spoke up, despite donating to Harris campaign, and very well could have done to Trump too. We don't always see, there's so many different ways they can send money around without us seeing it, by the way. But he says, congratulations to Trump and Vance. America is at its strongest when we use ingenuity and innovation to improve lives. And he says, I hope we can work together now to build a brighter future for everyone. So that's not the same thing. That doesn't have to mean the administration. It could just mean, clearly it could mean a lot of things. So I get the sense that they're trying to use this to manipulate people like me to jump the gun, as well as to just freak out Democrats. That'd be my opinion, but it's hard to tell. But nonetheless, I'm just trying to highlight all the different rising points. Main point being we still have 3 months or more to really see this come to pass. Laura Logan points another alarming example out that we already highlighted. Brian Hook, who is now currently on the administration, who is a deep state swamp creature. It's a weird word. Deep state swamp creature. Tongue twister. Hook was against Trump, Laura Logan writes, before and will be again. Laura Logan being somebody who was arguably at least leaning in that direction, right? Or I think she was saying she was voting for Trump. I forget. So much is going on. Frankly, I don't put that much stock in what people, because I don't think it translates. But either way, she's simply pointing this out. He's a problem, and now he's part of the administration. He says Trump allies are warning him against this would-be Bolton's successor. And he is. He's part of the same circles, guys. These people are Iran war hawks. They're deep state monsters. Daniel McAdams simply says, who would be Trump's best choice for defense secretary? Overwhelmingly, 91% said Colonel Douglas McGregor. Now, I have a mixed opinion on that. I think he says a lot of good stuff, but it's hard to read this one. But interestingly, 91% is pretty perfect, and that's 3,000 plus votes. The others are Mark Rubio, Mike Pompeo, and Rick Grinnell, all of which are being floated, discussed. I find it personally really hard to believe that Douglas McGregor is going to be the choice simply because the rest of them, if the fact that they're even on the table, they're all like night and day. completely, wildly pro-federal government, pro-Iran, anything Israel, yes. Everything bad against Iran, yes. Like just everything at the expense of Americans and their rights and everything. These people are monsters. They are the definition of what he said he would not work with. Now, it hasn't happened yet. Okay. Now, this is where, again, we'll show you this tweet. Tyler, I want to make a point with it first. Shares a screenshot and said where Trump says that he won't be working with Nikki Haley, Pompeo, all the rest of the obvious, ridiculous cartoons out there. Daniel says, is this legit? This guy says, it's being reported all over that this is true. It's a big victory for sure. Okay, so first point, if not to Daniel, because he was asking, so good on him, but to other people to point this out and say, see, we knew it. And it's like, okay, well, first of all, you haven't even verified that it's real in some cases where a screenshot is being circulated around. No, it is real. I'll show you next. On top of that, it's another statement. This is what I find so entertainingly hilarious. Okay, so if we're over here going, guys, we don't know because all we have is political statements. All we have is promises from politicians, which are 50-50. Obviously could, maybe not. Even if he means it, it could something could change, blah, blah, blah. And then, so that's our response to people saying Trump said Mike Pompeo, whatever. Then he comes out and says, I'm not going to pick him. In response to us saying political statements. And they go, see, we knew it. You're going, this is that's another statement. I mean, do I need to say it again? The point is, I also agree. This is the fact that he's doubled down on it. I find even more likely that probably is the case, but also because of the obvious nature of what, say, Daniel McAdams said earlier, that it seems very clumsy. It seems like most of his supporters, which doesn't seem to change a lot about the vaccine, but obviously don't want Mike Pompeo because he's and they were at odds more than once. And even Mike Flynn has called him out as undermining Trump. And he was the CIA head when they were going after Assange and when arguably the CIA played a role in the Russiagate 2020, the whole damn thing, Russiagate and the election part. So he's a bad guy. And even the supporters see it. So it could have been that he floated this in order to make it look like we pushed him aside and see we did what you wanted when all the rest are just as bad. That's what Daniel put forward. It makes sense. But what's interesting is that we would still blindly go, he said this and we're going to believe it, which is right here. Oh, actually, no, not here. I'll get to that in a second. It's right here, right there. We'll get to it in a second. That's just so you see it. That's on Truth Social. That's what he said. But first, Gerald Celente says the fact that a nothing of a man like AIPAC's Marco Rubio is even considered for this position is scary. Now, it could be a counterbalance to make you think the terrible choice other than them or the one we should like. That's always how this works, right? Just like the lesser of evils, give us two really bad options so the one they want you to pick is the lesser of evil. Same thing here, probably. Either way, the fact that they're even put forward is so crazy because they are. But of course, this is showing you that RFK spoke up and said, Marco Rubio shouldn't be chosen because we want someone less neocon. Are you actually kidding me? So here we are again. We're past the supposed election and we're picking Pat and we're still playing lesser of evils. Do we need a lesser neocon? How about we just pick somebody who doesn't want to blow the world up or fight Iran or blindly fight for Israel? Oh, sorry. Apparently that's everybody in this cabinet, including you. I don't understand this. There are so many people in this country who aren't politicians or even who are better fit for this position. But again, my point is people who aren't even politicians, people who are educated about whatever position, let's just say for foreign policy, for Secretary of Defense or whatever we're talking about. There are so many people in this country that are wildly more informed about Iran, about basically every foreign policy dynamic, because they're not being blinded by the intelligence apparatus that has a duty to lie to you about these things. Now, they're smart enough to consider the information, like I would talk about, but are aware of the bigger dynamic that would actually bring this country to a place of something other than constant war. But no, we want to lean into people like this. Or Rick Grinnell, many of the ones we just saw, he's a Bolton lackey, Daniel McAdams. Here he is with his boss. You don't see how obvious this is? This is one step removed from the people they claim they hate. They know this, guys. They're playing you. Michael Tracy points out another example from Rick Scott, saying that the coalescence of the MAGA squad around Rick Scott for Senate Majority Leader on the ground that he's the only candidate who really agrees with Trump is telling. Rick Scott has consistently denounced the Biden administration for not arming Ukraine aggressively enough, which, by the way, shouldn't be shocking because that's exactly what Trump will do, despite you pretending his statements meant he wouldn't. He simply said he wouldn't have happened this way and he'll end it right away. Well, he will continue that, just like with Israel. Ending it right away means can finish what you're doing. He said that publicly. Excuse me. He's a master of giving you an answer right down the middle and letting you believe what you want. His argument is that Biden has imposed excessive constraints on Ukraine. Think about that. And their ability to defeat Russia. He says, I've interviewed Scott myself multiple times across multiple years, and he's never been anything but consistent on the subject. So when MAGA declared that Scott and Trump are in firm agreement on core issues, presumably that means Ukraine. It's all there if you pay attention. Candace Owens says, neocons are privately bragging to people that they have guys inside Trump's circle. Big surprise. And who can push him to pick Mike Pompeo for Secretary of State. If this happens, America First is dead on arrival. Hopefully Trump is aware of them. Now, again, if he picks Pompeo, which still wouldn't surprise me, there you go. You have even leaders, if you will, of the Republican side who are calling that out. But I get the sense this is all easily manufactured to make you make this statement. So hypothetically, if he does this, it's dead on arrival. But if he doesn't, that means we're good. Well, that's not how that works. But ultimately, that will be the perception. See, we didn't get Mike, so we're on the right track. You see how easy that is? I think Daniel nailed it. But here's what he said. Just another statement on the 9th. I will not be inviting former Ambassador Nikki Haley or former Secretary of State Pompeo to join the administration, which is currently in formation. I very much enjoyed and appreciated working with them previously, which is ridiculous, and would like to thank them for their service. Make America great again. Okay, so maybe. More likely, I would argue, but it's just another statement until something actually happens. That's how anybody honest would engage with this. But again, it seems most likely. And I get the sense that that was part of a bigger ploy. Now, Miss O'Leary points something out. Ian Carroll said this. And I'll play this for you. I think I will. Did I have that? Maybe not. Anyway, the point is, it says, when all the alt-woke super truthers, which is a very interesting thing to break down, asked me, quote, how could you vote for a Zionist puppet Trump? Despite, by the way, this having a very measured and seemingly honest and open, heartfelt conversation with Derek about all of this, he says, this is how. And an internet bill of rights. Oh, okay, so something Trump said. So no, just simply something he said he would do. You know, I mean, it doesn't matter who you're talking about. Do you know how often these kind of statements come to pass? They're political promises. So again, maybe that's maybe still, if you engage with that exactly the way it is, you can still argue that that was enough for you to vote for somebody over committing and supporting a genocide. For me, that sounds crazy, but you each their own. And he says a federal ban on all censorship and thought policing with consequences. I mean, do you really think this is going to happen? Do you realize how he's been screaming about censoring people around Israel, removing the Jew haters from the country, which they talked about this stuff. So simply because he makes a video about how these things will happen, like Elon points to stuff, I can't believe that's enough to circumvent the facts we have on the table. Now, with all of that, maybe you still think he's the lesser of evils, and you know my opinion about that dynamic. But this is interesting. And he says, I can think of nothing more vital, especially to journalists today. Well, yes, obviously, if that's going to happen, and if he follows through with it, then yes, that would be good. But I still wouldn't balance that against on openly supporting a genocidal regime. That's why I argue that there's no good. I would abstain on the record if that was a choice that we are supposed to have that's removed from us. But either way, that's not the point. It's, first of all, what is an alt-woke super truther? Because what's interesting about that, well, actually, I should read this first, because here's what Miss O'Leary reads it as. I don't know if this is the case or not. I'm not going to take it as Ian pointing this at me or anybody that we work with, because I don't know that for sure. But she seems to think that this is him talking about Derek Bros, and by extension, Whitney and myself. He says, one that has a long, and now Derek would make sense because they've been kind of nipping at each other's heels about a couple things recently after the interview. She says, one has a long history of exposing the elite, backed by years of research, Derek, interviews, and a website archive where you can find it all. The other is Ian. That's how she frames it. And she says, that's not to say Ian hasn't done some amazing work, but what the F? She says, no one in the truth movement organically would see Derek as an adversary, let alone smear him to millions of followers while touting Donald J. Trump as an ally. What the F is an alt-woke super truther anyway. I do find it pretty strange, I got to be honest, because I think it's whoever it's aimed at, what you're ultimately doing there is saying people that rightly criticize, and that, I mean, look, I even reached out after the discussion he had with Derek. I mean, like, I very much respect the way that was done. Respect, period. which I think I commented that or something. Either way, the point was I've said that publicly. I do. I think they did that really well. And there's a lot of respect there. What's interesting, though, is that I'm able to say I aggressively disagree with that decision, but I can still have respect for the way you conduct yourself. So when people are saying, how could you vote for that? That's the same conversation. But the idea is ultimately making it about alt woke super truthers instead of just somebody who sees that that's a contradictory stance or has that opinion. So my point is, woke does not mean awake. We all know the difference. So I guess he's trying to say that or people in that position are the alt woke truthers, that they're lefty woke Democrat minded. I mean, I can't read that other than some kind of nod towards the left, which seems the kind of lazy left-right paradigm argument that if you're bad, you're on the left because Democrats are bad and they're going to destroy that's surprising to me. Or he meant to say like super awake, but I don't think it would be framed as alt woke because alt doesn't necessarily mean more. It's just a very weird thing to do. And frankly, it kind of disappoints me based on what they talked about before. Because the obvious reality is, well, yes, what you're highlighting and what you had in the interview discussing was that he was bad, but less bad than her. That was what that was your main premise. And the idea that is okay to vote for, which again is up to you, is simply the answer is that he said that he'll do this. I just find that to be shocking. I hope you're right. And yes, for a journalist, these things would matter. But the reality is, the idea that he's going to build an internet bill of rights and that's not going to include censorship or more control over what we're allowed to say online while opening, that's how this has always worked. Not the left or the right, but your government manufacturing left-right paradigm drives to get you to choose your own censorship, to choose your own subjugation under the guise that this will give you more, when in reality, like the War Powers Act, the Patriot Act, and damn near everything, it ends up enshrining the problem as opposed to solving anything. I really hope I'm wrong. Thought policing? Exactly. That's what Bill Barr and Donald Trump rolled out in his first administration. But he says Bill of Rights for the internet, so we'll ignore all of that, I guess. Seems crazy to me. Now, as Brad Miller rightly points out, it's frustrating to see widespread naivete infect most Americans. Our need for hope is often intentionally weaponized against us. I hope everyone can listen to this right now because this is everywhere. Too many people believe absurdities about the government despite countless historical examples to the contrary. Now, that's where I'm always coming from. In no way does that mean I'm never accepting a positive. The point is that people often criticize for not accepting what is presented as a positive when it's things like that. If that happens, well, absolutely. Sadly, it rarely seems to come to that point, and so they pretend that we're always dismissing everything good as never being good. Show me one of the things that have come to pass and not had some caveat to it. My point is that this is what they always do. And if you're objective about it, it seems to be very transparent. But there have been plenty of examples of things that I go, yes, I agree with that over the years, and you've all seen them. In this case, should that happen? Yes, I will praise that. If RFK removes dioxin or creates some dynamic where we seem to be healthier through, yes, that's a positive thing, even if more negatives are behind it. So right now, we have an obvious track record. Even just on Trump alone, his own administration shows you these things, but historically for the government, clearly, we should be on a very defensive stance. We should recognize that what they do is rarely in our interest. And people that want to believe their statements, again, that seems to be erring on the side of belief versus fact in front of you. He says, have you never heard of 9/11? Have you never heard of the Gulf of Tonkin justification for Vietnam? Remember JFK? How about Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra? Or our importation of the culture and methodologies of the notorious Unit 731 of the Imperial Japanese? What about the Operation Mockingbird? Now, that's in regard to biomedical manipulations, which we talked about a lot, Dr. Ishii. What about Operation Mockingbird or the illegal creation of the Federal Reserve? What about Operation Gladio? What about Operation Condor or the Phoenix program or the concept of a maturing candidate? This is what you need to understand about the military and intelligence services, because this stuff happens here at home too, constantly. These are the past. God only knows what we're dealing with now. How about Event 201? COVID-19 operation. That's his larger point. The average American doesn't know anything about its own government. If this is you, and it probably is, get the hell off here and open a damn book. Just a thought points out the obvious. I think Trump talks out of both sides of his mouth by promising the American people that he will take down the deep state while simultaneously surrounding himself with deep state CIA players like Pompeo. But again, yes, we saw the statement. We'll have to wait and see how it plays out. But he is trotting him around, and Peter Thiel, which is there, along with Vance. No, actions, not words, are what is important. Listen here. That's the only thing we should be looking to right now. Actions, not words. And here, this is the statement down here about how he'll dismantle the deep state. Words mean nothing until they actually come to pass, especially with a politician, or rather specifically with a politician. Now, Glenn Greenwald, same tweet, but then backs that up with this clip, which I've already played for you of what's his name? What's this guy's name again? Sam Harris and Ben Shapiro. Both of them openly discussing this conversation, but Ben Shapiro being explicit, saying he knows the people in this guy. They're telling you that Pompeo is most likely to be in there. So the point is, again, that like what Glenn is doing. He's not making a statement. He's just simply going, here's what Trump said. Here's what people on the inside are saying. You can choose what you want to believe more, but none of it matters until it actually comes to pass. So Benny Johnson says one of the most critical roles of the next Trump administration will be the CIA director. Again, during that time, before in the past, it was Mike Pompeo who became Secretary of State. My point is that Mike Pompeo played a central role in all of this, having direct influence over that role in his time with Trump. And as Flynn and plenty of others have made it clear that he was ignoring, had knowledge of, but did not say anything about all these different attacks on Trump. The CIA, he continues, was ground zero for every vicious attack on Trump in his first term, from COVID origins to Russiagate to the impeachment hoax to Hunter Biden's laptop. All of these ops began at the CIA, which again is I guarantee there was a role there, but I don't think we can prove that in the context of who else. I mean, I think I can prove to you in many of these that Israel was directly involved. But it says, I fully support Kash Patel to serve as CIA director in the next Trump administration. Or how about we just get rid of the CIA? How about that? Isn't that what we're all talking about? The unelected I guess not now. I guess that's for the next administration, except all the promises they keep putting forward. Of course, we'll never talk about that because that's this part of the argument is going to say we need these things for national security while arguing about getting rid of the unelected power structure, which is literally the CIA. But, contradiction everywhere. It says we must have rock-ribbed, fearless leaders to bring the radical leftist activist inside the CIA to heel. Of course, that's what it's only about. I can't express enough his just either how willfully dishonest or wildly naive and blind it is to pretend that it's only one side. As Whitney recently pointed out, if you think it's the deep state is partisan, you're in for a big shock. I argue a lot of these people probably know and don't care. It's about engineering the ongoing benefit of the partisan screaming. But either way, the idea that it's only left-leaning is shockingly stupid. The CIA is using these things against you, and seemingly Benny as well. But it says, I support Kash Patel to serve at the CIA. He has pedigree and worked as a federal prosecutor with the SEAL Team 6. I mean, that doesn't sound good to me. Kash worked in Congress to expose the Russiagate and was critical of the Department of Defense in implementing Trump. Oh, so he's pro-Trump. So that's it. That's what matters. He can have deep state ties. He can have defense ties. He can have all the, but he likes Trump, so we'll ignore all of that or pretend like they're positives. Most importantly, Kash has been an unshakable defender of Trump over the past 4 years through every Biden political. Yep, that's what matters. Kash for CIA. Hooray, good guy. CIA, right? They're on our side now? Well, as Bad Kitty says, hiring the team is extremely difficult task. No, it's not. Washington really is a swamp. Yes, it is. Trump needs to branch out to the state governments. Well, I'd agree with that. And FBI offices in conservative areas, et cetera, which is what I think he's doing. The point I'm making here is this argument that's becoming a prominent thing because they already see that positions are being made that are not what they thought they would be. So instead of going, wrong, you lied, that's not what you promised, they go, well, it's really difficult. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's moving parts. And, he's got to pick some bad ones to get some of the good ones. Every single time you get the QAnon nonsense, right? Well, he's got to throw a bone so they think he's on their side. So it's just like, you just guess whatever you want. The point is they promise one thing and are already seeing the opposite, but I'm going to hold off the complete opinion until we see the full thing finish, right? Because nothing has actually fully happened yet. These people have been stated, the ones even that have been picked, but have yet to actually take the position. That's what matters. It very well may happen that they don't confirm him in the Senate. And this is what I expect with RFK, quite frankly. So they can try to blame somebody else for why he didn't get the position, which was always the plan. There's a lot in the air. Either way, it's not difficult, guys. Easy it is to find good people that care, but the reality is they don't want that. They want deep state creatures that kind of maybe look like the Republican sided so we can keep the same thing going and pretend that you all chose the good people, and it oscillates back and forth forever. Here is David Bernstein singing. It's a good sentiment. One thing that really puzzles me about MAGA World, is why they hate the likes of Haley and Pompeo, lifetime conservative Republicans. But they love the RFK Juniors, the Tulsi Gabbards, the lifetime left-wing Democrats. And it can't be that Haley and Pompeo ran against Trump, because so did RFK. So any logic there? Any thoughts? Well, it's because they were directed to. That's what I believe. Suddenly they don't we're not going to do that. This is some kind of a driving or problem, reaction, solution. Like with Pompeo, probably moved away to justify the rest. The point is that it seems to be a Democrat-run administration. I mean, for all the conversation of coups and surreptition and conspiracy theory, I said this before. Isn't it funny that no one wants to engage with the possibility that they've been couped by the Democrats? Which, my bigger opinion about the voting and all the rest anyway. It's all the same thing, but it's a funny thing to think about with how unwilling anyone is to engage with that. These are lifetime conservative Republicans, and now they're calling them rhinos. And you point at people that just recently tag teamed over to here, and they're the ones that are on your side. It just seems like a very hollow way to look at things, but that's because I don't think it's honest. Excuse me. So Mike Pompeo, one of the obvious points in all this, with Brian Hook and the rest as well, is such obvious aggression towards Iran. Here he is on the 9th saying, "I'm grateful federal law enforcement officers disputed the Ayatollah's plot," or disrupted, to kill Trump. Oh, you mean a plot that no one's ever proven, that comes from intelligence that have been caught lying and manufacturing things basically constantly, forever, as far back as you can look. We've had many things floated like this. Since we know all the plots, no, there's been nothing. Literally nothing. There's been statements made. And if there's anything that means less than political statements for politicians coming up to an election, it is statements ever made by intelligence. Just look for yourself. He goes, "The murderous Iranian regime should face consequences." Why? Because Mike Pompeo wrote a lie on Twitter? That's how dangerous these people are. This would be enough for them if people would listen. So here is what they're talking about. This is from the 9th. 3 charged in Iran-linked plot to assassinate Donald Trump, sources tell ABC News. Well, it's a standout point to this that I find ridiculous, as many people have already pointed out. Now, first it says 3 people have been charged in an alleged Iran-linked plot. As you love at the first sentence, you've already got 2 things removed. So so it's alleged. We haven't even proven this, and it's Iran-linked, which means we can't prove it's directly tied to Iran, but they're Iranian. I'm not even going to dispute any of that. I just think it's so dumb how this is always how this goes. But it says in a plot to assassinate Trump. So what is that, the 47th plot? No pun intended. Iranian American activists and 2 Jewish Americans living in New York, according to a criminal complaint I'll show you next. So just because people are Jewish does not mean they're Zionists, and does not mean that they're Mossad or working for Israel. But I find it pretty interesting that you've got 2 Jewish Americans and one Iranian-linked entity, and this becomes an Iranian plot? Should it be a Jewish American plot that worked with Iran? Probably not. But what's interesting is that this is how they frame this. Now, the obvious point to make, twofold, is that if you're talking about a Jewish American in New York, it's not a very hard thing to assume, to consider rather, that they're Zionist, right? Because that's what Israel will tell you, even though that's not even the truth. There's a lot of Jewish people that are not Zionists, but they're the ones that make the case that being a Jew is a Zionist. The same thing. It's not. Plenty of Jews out there are calling out Israel and Zionism. But what's funny about it is that that's clearly an indication that with what's going on, that you go, okay, well, maybe Israel's involved. Because we've talked about this. The effort to kill Trump by Israel would clearly suit their interest right now. Because Vance will be the same thing, and he's wildly anti-Iran. Either way, the point is clear that this is hollow, I think, so far. We haven't even gotten into it all. And on top of that, before I get too far away from it. So the point was simply that just because you're Jewish does not mean that you're Zionist, but obviously there's an overlap there. Just like we've seen in a lot of these conversations, like from Israel's point, as well as the fact that this is what the fervor is right now. So right there's an indication that there's something that is off the beaten path with all of this. And I think that I don't see any at all benefit to Iran to do this. The argument is all about how Trump's bad for Iran, but they put out a statement early saying that we will work with Trump's administration and we hope we can rectify the past. And even then in the past, Trump himself has made statements about how it does not seem to make sense. Even if you think that they hated Trump enough, to do so would be so obviously outside of what would benefit them right now. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I think it's more likely, or at least just as likely, to consider the fact that it could have been somebody else in order to do this, or a lie from the FBI to justify the same things we're going to see next, which is the war against Iran and that Trump is somehow persecuted hero. But it says Farhad Shakiri, the Iranian-linked entity, and then Carlisle Riviera and Jonathan Lodholt are charged with murder for hire, according to the Department of Justice. Riviera and Lodholt have been arrested, while Shakiri, who is the FBI described as an asset of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, is believed to be in Tehran. Okay, so far we have an entity that's not around, that could be anywhere in the world, that we're being told is in Tehran, and then 2 Jewish Americans who were arrested. So now it's getting even more abstract. And now we're talking about 2 Jewish Americans who were involved in a plot to allegedly kill Trump, and then somebody they're telling us is in another country. That could be anybody anywhere, knowing how often they lied to us, and could also be in Tehran and in a plot from Iran. All possible. The Iranian Guard tasked Shakiri, we're told, with surveilling and killing Trump to avenge the death of Soleimani, the leader of the Iran elite Quds forces, in a U.S. drone strike in Baghdad in 2020. But guess what? It says, according to the complaint, that's not what the complaint says. We'll show you this next. I find this to be really hollow in every possible way, just like the supposed assassination attempts post the first one that were like a gun fell on the ground somewhere, or a guy 500 yards away was grabbed and we never even saw the picture of it. I don't believe most of this stuff. I think we're being lied to. Not that they aren't capable, or that the point is the same. So it's interesting. Where were we right here? That the complaint, or the affidavit, I think that's what the right word is for it, in it itself doesn't say that. It simply says that they believe that's why. And yet here's ABC News posting it as if that's why. They did this for Soleimani. You know why that's, I think, being done? Because that's the most obvious narrative role. Because they said they were going to do that. But guess what? They've already claimed they responded to that. They already said that that was the response from last time. But doesn't matter, because they want to drive this towards Iran. And if we don't remember this, I've done plenty of shows on this. The U.S. government has been manufacturing this for Israel for a very long time. Now it says there are a few actors in the world that pose as grave a threat to the national security of the United States as it does Iran, according to the Justice Department. Yeah, you know what? You know one of them that's more obviously Israel. Another one, Saudi Arabia. I mean, over and over. I mean, the idea that Iran is a threat to U.S. national security only exists on paper in U.S. intelligence. Now, they could be right. I could be wrong for sure. But demonstrate it for me. Hezbollah is not Iran. Hamas, not Iran and funded by Israel. The Houthis, not Iran. This is an easily provable reality. The State Department itself just not too long ago admitted that they're not even working towards a nuclear weapon. So is that all they have? I mean, just my point is always, if you take every claim Israel's ever made about Iran, even though most of it's false, and pretend it's all true, and then compare it to even what we can prove Israel and the U.S. have done, it is a fraction. It pales in comparison. It's shockingly obvious. One is terrorism, and the other is a manufactured narrative. I think you know which way that goes. Shakiri immigrated to the United States, but was deported in 2008. Now it gets even more obvious. The point being is that, so we have an example of somebody who moved to the U.S. and then was deported in 2008 and served time in prison for robbery. You know how often, so you have somebody you want to turn into an asset, you pretend to put them through prison, you make them a criminal on paper, and then you quote deport them so they have plausible deniability. Now, this is not provable, but I'm saying if you look through history, or if you look at groups like what's the group? It's called the Base. It's a State Department cutout that was created to make it look like a terror organization in Russia. That the Base literally translates to Al Qaeda. It's not a joke. The guy is a former State Department asset. He has worked for the CIA, worked for the State Department, has been in many wars, and he just decided one day to move to Russia and start a terrorist organization. Well, obviously possible, I think is pretty silly. In this case, this is what I'm reading this as, an asset. He also stated he was tasked, and again, obviously my opinion, he stated he was tasked with surveilling the 2 Jewish American citizens, or different, by the way. This is what's interesting. He stated he was tasked with surveilling 2 other Jewish American citizens that they have yet to identify, and was offered in the article anyway, and in the affidavit, was offered $500,000 by Iran for the murder of either victim, according to the complaint. He was also tasked with targeting Israeli tourists in Sri Lanka. Now, you know how many Mossad operations are to create the illusion that Zionism or this needs to exist to protect Jews, and how many times they've been caught faking things like this? And I mean, caught even by the U.S. government, caught just since October 7th, over and over and over and over. So the idea that they would aim this at Israeli tourists and Jewish individuals in America would make sense with what Mossad has done in the past. So I find it interesting that you have 2 Jewish Americans that they've named, that's the people they've listed, working with an alleged Iran-linked entity who are trying to kill other Jewish Americans. If you pluck out the one anomaly, which is the supposed Tehran-linked entity that's not even here, what you see is Jewish Americans targeting Jewish Americans. Now, who've been pushing that forward? Well, we've seen how this works. This is all up in the air, just my opinions. Quote, actors directed by the government of Iran, this is what they're claiming, continue to target our citizens. Now realize, Robert just wrote an entire article, and we're going to talk about Amsterdam, how you can literally see how the leaders, the rulers, and all of their intelligence apparati, would you say apparatuses? Maybe either way, are lying to you blatantly, and you can prove it. So it shouldn't be that much of a stretch to wonder if they could lie to you about this for the interest of something they've been trying to do for decades. But it says actors directed by the government of Iran continue to target our citizens. Oh yeah? Where? I'd love to see one provable example that actually fleshes out to where we can prove it was an Iran attack against an American entity. I don't see it. It doesn't exist. Not to say that it couldn't or wouldn't, but I don't see it. Not there. They've never been able to definitively prove. They just give you floated arguments. And it's saying, including Trump on U.S. soil and abroad, this needs to stop. Who cares that Israel's murdering 67 children a day right now? Who cares about that, though, right? Quote, today's charges are another message to those who continue in their efforts. We will remain unrelenting in our pursuit of bad actors, except Israel, and except the ones we work with, though. No matter where they reside, unless they're in Israel and Saudi Arabia, and we'll stop at nothing to bring to justice those who harm our safety. And same thing, every time. They love to make those statements, but then ignore almost all of them and usually go after people not even doing that, but that they say are. This history is easily proven. Oh, shoot. Oh, man. I thought that was for the podcast. Oh, well. I can generally suss out what I had here. This I thought it was the screenshots of the article I was reading, though this is the actual complaint. Is that what you would say, affidavit? Is that what the right term is? Give me in the chat so I can reflect on that. So this is from December, or at least December 2023. So this is not new. So what's interesting is this goes well back before the election fervor. And what I suss out from this is that ultimately, oh, I did have the screenshots. That's good. So this one, really quickly, this was, find the spot. I think it was victim 4. Oh, -4. Oh, well, there we go. Okay, good. I just wanted this so I can read from here forward. But so my point is this is from a while ago. And if you read through it, it seems pretty clear that this was aimed at the other Jewish Americans until like this month, where they just kind of, or like very recently, if I remember the date, and veered into going after Trump. To me, it seems very cobbled together, if my honest opinion is always. But so here's what the only spot that mentions Trump. Oh, and then here, just to show you this, that was one of them. Soleimani. So what did the ABC article write? Well, that they did this to go up to get back for Soleimani, right? Well, there's only 4 mentions of this in the entire article. And this is the overview written by the U.S. government that simply says the regime also seeks to target nationals of the United States in retaliation for Soleimani. They're not saying, there's no evidence to indicate any of this is even connected to that, or let alone Iran, other than Iran linked. The point is that they're saying that. They're claiming this happened because of that, even though that's just, so ABC framing it as that's what we know is that's how this works. The U.S. government wrote in an overview, therefore we know that. That's not true. And if you can search through this, you'll find all that here. So Soleimani, 3 examples. That one for the overview. And then 2 in here where it references this one guy, the Shakiri, the supposed Iran-linked entity. And it says that his name was Majid Soleimani, but did not know if he was his real name or if it was something else. That's it. So you see how easy it is to manipulate the corporate media who just blindly goes along? How much you want to bet the person that wrote that didn't even read this? Otherwise, they would know that that's not what they said. Or they're doing it because that's the agenda. That's corporate media for you. So here under victim 4, it says, also according to Shaqiri, in approximately mid to late September 2024. So that's when this shifted. Late to mid-September 2024. Before that, had nothing to do with Donald Trump. It says September 2024, mid to late, he put aside his other efforts on behalf of the Iranian Guard. So the only thing we have to go on is some guy in Tehran who they've cited. That's it. And apparently has had conversations with the FBI. How does that make sense? Did they call him and he was happy to oblige? And it says to focus on surveilling and ultimately assassinating Donald Trump. That's victim 4 herein. He indicated to the Iran that this would cost a huge amount of money. Now, obviously, they've denied this, which doesn't mean it's not true. Certainly could be. Doesn't this seem a bit weird? So you can see so here's supposedly his interviews with the FBI. It says, from my discussions with other FBI agents and my review of written reports, I have learned that on or about September 30th, October 8th, October 17th, October 28th, and November 7th, 2024, Shaqiri, the defendant, participated in voluntary interviews with FBI agents. Are you kidding me? Why? Why would this guy in Tehran, who has apparently been caught for trying to assassinate Trump, have voluntary interviews with the FBI? Guys, they think we're this stupid. Yeah, and so he's located in Tehran. During his interviews, he stated in substance and in part the following, and then it goes on to talk about how he shifted to go after Trump. But originally, the first two were Jewish Americans. That's victim 2 and 3. They were surveilling 2 Jewish Americans who they don't give you the information of and saying that they were provided information. So literally everything comes from this random guy who allegedly lives in Tehran who spoke on the record with the FBI because he wanted to. And he tells them that they were going after these Jewish Americans and tourists in Sri Lanka, and then randomly in September, mid to late September, decided to shift to go after Trump. That's it. And all they have that they've arrested are 2 Jewish Americans who were trying to kill other Jewish Americans. This is absolutely wild to me. Lastly, I think it was the similar point. So it simply says, based on my involvement with this investigation, it's the FBI, including my conversations with our agents, it's saying that in review of the record, electronic data, transcripts of the interviews with Shaqiri, who apparently is the guy, the defendant, on or about September 30th and the other dates, they say that the statements of the FBI during their interviews appear to have been true and others appear to have been false. So even now they're saying, well, some of the things he told us were false. Oh, really? Maybe all of it. And it says, for example, and as detailed, the investigation has revealed that Shaqiri has in fact directed his criminal associates, including one of the Jewish Americans, Carlisle Riviera, and AKA Pop, and Jonathan Lodeholt, the defendants, to surveil and murder victim 1, which Shaqiri denied until his most recent interviews with law enforcement and electronic communications. So it seems like there's theories all over the place. So they just decide to believe the parts that work for them, or this guy doesn't even exist, or he's an FBI agent, or. It says he discussed with a payment for $100,000 from to finish the work, meaning to kill the first victim. They've enlisted only 1 conduit surveillance of victim 1 were false, which were confronted with his most recent interviews. He ultimately admitted to be false, though he was not forthcoming with the full scope. I mean, this is actually really bad. But guess what? If you dig into these things, it's almost always like this. So this is what they want you to believe we should be going on right now. And as Sprinter rightly points out, he says, former Iranian president Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, in an interview with Turkish CNN, spoke about how deeply Israeli intelligence has penetrated the ranks of the Islamic Republic. Quote, we created a secret unit to fight Israel, and its leader turned out to be a Mossad agent. Now, of course, he could be making that up, but that seems to be something that most people wouldn't because it makes them look bad. Either way, guys, this is the reality as even Israel's boasted about. So we obviously have to consider that this is as dumb as it looks. Scott Adams, which I think is hilarious. So even if a normie like Scott Adams is going to make this point, maybe you should consider it. He simply says, I hate to say it, but I believe Iran over the United States on this topic. You know why? Because they've been almost I mean, you can go back almost as far as you want to look, and their stories are false. It's really stupid. And same with most places. Look at North Korea. Remember the haircut debacle? There was a documentary made about it, to where almost everybody in corporate media made an argument that every man in North Korea was forced to cut their hair the same way because an intelligence apparatus said so. It turned out to be a ridiculous false story. Shocking. That's almost, I mean, look, it's not, we should never blindly assume they're lying about everything, because the one time we assume, it's going to be used against us. But realize that it is almost always what we see with the stories that come out of intelligence, because that's what their jobs are. That's Pompeo for you. He says it would have been stupid for Iran to be behind it, the attempt on Trump, which I agree with. It is normal for the United States to blame the wrong people. He's right. Scott Adams is, the guy that said he was right, even though he was wrong about COVID-19, because that's, whatever. But the point is, this is obvious. Daniel McAdams says the Iran-linked plot, in quotes, to take out Trump stinks to high heaven. What the hell is really going on here? Psyop, false flag? I argue possibly both. And on top of that, here's Marco Rubio, which I don't want to, it's 20 seconds. Anyway, the point is, he says, Iran wants to kill Trump because their regime fears him. Now, that may not even be the fear may not even be that off base, because he's irrational and he'll do things for Israel. That's dangerous. But the idea that they would assassinate him for it, I mean, it's certainly possible. That would make more sense than anything. But I argue, as same thing Scott said, that it's clearly not in their interest right now. Everything, I think right now, their best card is to continue to show strength, but not aggression, and allow the U.S. and Israel to expose what they are. If that's happening every day, whether they do nothing, as they do nothing but hold their line. So that's why these statements are made, because they're vulnerable, they're desperate, and they need them to react so they can blame them at the back. That's what they do. I mean, right now, it's almost uncomfortable how vulnerable and threatened it seems these people are. But Daniel says, imagine an idiot like this in any position of executive authority. Well, it's no different than Bolton or Pompeo or Lindsey Graham or any of the rest of these lunatics who are all blindly pro-Israel and anti-Iran. Now, on the note of Iran in general, once we get into more the Amsterdam-Israel conversation, I wanted to point this out again. This is actually crazy to me. So first of all, the segue there is simply because Pompeo and Bolton and Rubio and all the rest make the same clumsy and baseless argument that Hezbollah is Iran and that Hamas is Iran, despite the obvious funding that you can prove going directly from Israel to Hamas. But any of the rest of them, it's the same point. They want to make it all about Iran because that's the agenda. And the Rubios and Trumps of the world are blindly going along with that. Whether they know it or not, I think they do, and it's part of an agenda. My point was to show how, in this conversation, this interesting overlap of both the ceasefire, but also this conversation about getting rid of getting rid of Hamas from Qatar. It turns out, surprise, surprise, it's not real. At least so far as Qatar is saying, which seems to be the main point. So first, I saw this floating around. This is separate. This is about what Joe Rogan posted. And this is the same conversation, though. So the moment that Trump is deemed to be the president-elect, all of a sudden you start seeing these strings get pulled. The negative Iran conversations, but also stuff like this. I'm telling you, this is not by accident. So my point has been, this has not stopped from the beginning. The first week, Hamas has been calling for an exchange of all prisoners and a ceasefire. That's been proven 40 times over, and even Israeli media is pointing that out. As the article you can see, how Netanyahu has systematically foiled talks to release hostages. Everyone knows that, other than people lying to themselves and people listening to liars. But then this comes up on November 8th, and it says Hamas calls for, quote, immediate end of war after Trump election win. So realize that's even Newsweek posting a lie that is favorable to Trump. Don't miss how that happens too. The point is because that's a bigger agenda that goes beyond the partisan nonsense. And that is to make it seem as if Trump's already changing things, even though Hamas has been calling for an immediate end every nonstop since the first week. I'm willing to bet you that this isn't even a new claim. I'm willing to bet you that this is just saying what they've been saying in the context of Trump now being in power. But everyone like Joe Rogan going, well, would you look at that? Is taking that as Trump is already having a positive effect. Now, again, I'm not going to poo-poo on there actually being a positive effect. This is a misrepresentation. And this is why it's frustrating for people to claim that we can't take a positive thing. That's not what this is. You're being tricked into thinking that, and that needs to be called out. So I simply said, Hamas has been calling for this since the first week, and Netanyahu has been ensuring it never happened. It scares me how people like Joe, who influence a huge amount of opinions, either never knew this and still don't, or lie about it for politics. I mean, think about how crazy it is that he can have interviews with the people and not know this. And this is the leading newspaper. I mean, people like me, which is kind of the point, and people even much larger than me are making these points, but Joe doesn't see it. Now, again, it could be that he just sees it, doesn't care, but I would lean more towards the idea that this is the algorithmic manipulation. He doesn't even know this exists. Well, maybe not, but I mean, in that world, hypothetically, that's a scary thing to think about. How easy it is to keep you blocked in a dark corner, thinking you see everything. That's what I'm talking about when I say this scary social engineering that we don't even begin to understand yet. But the point is, this is not new. And remember, we saw this already. So this is a State Department correspondent claiming, I can confirm this. Well, that's crazy, seeing as how it seems that it didn't happen. It says U.S. officials tell me this has been under discussion for some time. Okay. This is about Qatar moving Hamas out. And here's the Jerusalem Post saying, after Hamas rejection of deal, which didn't happen, right? The point is that they have been on the same point. They're not going to accept a false half measure. We want all the exchange for all the people. And that's what Netanyahu pretends they're fighting for. So every time they give you this, we'll give you 4, forgive me 6, their own people are screaming that we don't want that to him. My point is that they would offer the full exchange, and then Netanyahu says, no, we want this half exchange. Like, what are you talking about? It's because they're desperate to keep it going. So they frame it as Hamas did it, like every other time before. And it says specifically, U.S. asked Qatar to expel the group. Okay. So now you have Israel lying about this as always, the U.S. government trying to make it look like they're playing a role in all of it. And then you get the State Department correspondent repeating what they're told. As well as the Zionist manipulators, like Avi at the Rebel News. Qatar had been reportedly decided to finally kick out of Hamas. Okay. And I simply said, before I had seen this next part, as I was considering this in last night's show, this was the day before yesterday, it appears to be engineered. Just like I was saying, like rolling this out to make it seem as if things are changing because Trump's in power, but he's not even in power yet. So arguably, if this happened, it would be Biden's response. That would be like a pro for Biden, right? But of course, that wouldn't be how you frame it. But here's what's interesting. So again, OSINT Defender posts this, and what's hilarious, as pointed out by plenty underneath it, including Propaganda & Co., Asaf, MD, which you can read for yourself, I'll show you right now, is the opposite of what he's saying. You think, is that because he is trying to deceive you, or did he not read it? So he says, following them having ordered Hamas officials to immediately vacate the country, the Qatari Ministry of Foreign Affairs has announced that it is suspending its participation in the ceasefire and hostage negotiations between Israel and Hamas, stating that they will only rejoin the negotiations once the parties, that primarily being Hamas, show their seriousness and willingness to end the war. It's ridiculous. Because first and foremost, they have continued to be the one, even Israeli media showing, to be actually engaged in the process. And even Qatar and Egypt to me at this point, more than once. So what's funny is if you read the statement right in the beginning, it says, spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qatar's efforts to mediate between Hamas and Israel are currently stalled. And it says, Dr. Majed bin Mohammed al-Ansari, the spokesman for Foreign Affairs for Qatar, said that the media reports about the state of Qatar's withdrawal from mediation regarding the ceasefire in Gaza are not accurate. That's the first sentence. That's the first sentence. And that the state of Qatar notified the parties 10 days ago during the last attempts to reach an agreement that it would stall its efforts to mediate them between Hamas and Israel if an agreement was not reached in that ground, stating that Qatar will resume those efforts with its partners when the parties show their willingness and seriousness. See my point? So you know how aggressively dishonest that is? He said parties. Now, if you read the actual sentiment, the point is that Hamas has been there, and they'll make that clear in every other dynamic. That if an agreement was not reached, and you can prove, as even Haaretz has shown you, that it wasn't reached because Israel's been making sure of that. Then they go on to say that because of that, that the partners will show, the partners, both of them, their willingness and seriousness. And this guy takes it upon himself to pretend that they showing you that Hamas will be that way. You know why that works? Because most people on this platform, a la Twitter files, are taking it at face value. They go, oh, it's a lot of, we'll just read what he wrote about it. You're being engineered to be stupid. Don't fall for it. As Propaganda & Co. says, they never asked them to leave. You're lying. Probably stupid and lying. And he highlights the bottom where it says, they pointed out that the media reports regarding Hamas's office in Doha is inaccurate. It's on the post that he put out. Right here. Is inaccurate, stating that the main goal of the office in Qatar is to be a channel of communication between the concerned parties. And Asaf MD said the same thing. It seems you haven't read the statement that you posted, but I think he has. I think he's lying about it. Who knows though? That's crazy. So the reality being that, as I can tell right now, this is a floated narrative that doesn't seem to be true. At the very least, it is being used in order to drive certain political action. But let's not forget, Hamas, regardless of your conversation, is funded by Israel. Has been right up until 2024. Here it is showing you that the Mossad chief urged Qatar to continue financial aid up in 2020. All this is on the record. And the obvious reality is they funded them, not giving them aid money because you can't buy aid in Israel. That's why it's shipped in. They gave them billions of dollars in suitcases in order to manipulate them, as even Haaretz wrote, so they would not see a two-state solution.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other.
Imagine how crazy it is to live in a world where this can be so easily proven, and yet we still have to pretend like it's not true. That's the former head of Shin Bet, like the FBI equivalent, and the former prime minister. And the evidence is everywhere. Haaretz wrote about it. Here you show the article from Haaretz discussing, it's always been this obvious. So, in the point about Amsterdam, since we're discussing manipulations, which is everywhere right now. And if you missed that point from the beginning, whoever was selected, Trump or Kamala, they all would have been in line with these same agendas. In my opinion, but I think it's obvious. So War Monitor put this out, and then this is iShow SUI. I just want to give a shout out to some of the ones we showed in the last show. I won't go over them all extensively again, but this is one of the first places I saw. This is a guy who lives in Amsterdam breaking down the illusion. And one of the first places highlighting that Mossad agents were there alongside them before this started. And think about this in the context of everything we discussed, whether it's Iran or anything else. This is what they do. Through deception, thou shalt make war, is what they're paraphrasing. Their actual tagline is for Mossad. So this was a clip put out, and this is the War Monitor, showing you a 17-second clip that shows an Israeli cowering in the corner saying, take my money, take my money. And the guy simply screaming at him, free Palestine. And without context, it looks like a Palestinian supporter beating up an Israeli. But you realize when you break this down, as we're going to go to yet again, the evidence is overwhelming. These were soccer hooligans, or whatever you want to call them, football hooligans. And only using that term because in the context of understand that this happens a lot outside of the politics, where people, these teams fight each other all the time. The point is these people were on the record burning Palestinian flags, chanting death to Arabs, and you have no schools left because all the children are dead. All the things we talked about. And beating people up with wood planks and so on. Until finally, mostly Tunisian and what was the other one? Basically not Palestinian Arabs, and then other people who aren't Arabs at all chose to beat them up for it. Which I'm not going to advocate violence or breaking the law. But I'll tell you what, if you ever wanted a better example of what F around and find out looked like, it's right here. Because they thought they could get away with it. They thought they could do whatever they wanted. And somebody who said, I don't agree with that, decided to knock their teeth out. And now everyone who doesn't like that is trying to make it out to be a Jewish pogrom, when the reality is it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with people who are pro-genocide, screaming about hurting children, and others didn't like that. That's the reality. Moroccan, thank you. Moroccan, largely Moroccan and Tunisian. The people, the Arab side, the people that responded, which many of them were not. Now you can go through the thread again. Here's the actual Jerusalem Post that says Mossad agents to join Maccabi Tel Aviv FC trip to Amsterdam. It's on the 5th of November. So it's right out in the open. On top of that, let's not forget there's multiple examples of Israeli IDF members and specifically Golani Battalion, some of the worst out there, who were there while this was taking place. This is one of the most famous ones or promoted ones you've seen going around. And these are people that were there on the ground while this happened. So it's with Mossad agents. So it's kind of hard when they're really trying to push the idea that this seemed like some kind of planned thing against Jews. Maybe that's because they're showing you more than you realize that this was a planned thing against Jews by Israel. But I'm not even saying that may not even be the case. It could just be these morons decided to act irrationally and got beat up for it, and then they made it this. Either way, you need to consider how this happens in the past. How just like with the Jewish Americans and the Iran overlap, like it very well could be that was manufactured for that reason. Just like this could be. You consider it is all I'm saying. Now, as well as here's another example. There's many of them. Just these are everywhere, all over the place. And this is on the 9th, posted anyway. And this is before the craziness happened, saying here are the videos of them at Teddy Stadium attempting to burn the Palestinian flags. Can you just imagine? It says, and the Netherlands flag while chanting Gaza as a cemetery. It's all on the record everywhere you look. Now, if, as everyone points out, if this was a bunch of Arabs chanting about killing Jews or Israel as a cemetery, we all know exactly how this would be framed. Such hypocrisy. Now, the point is, this is not up for debate. In case you're wondering, this has been overwhelmingly proven, not just by internet sleuths and coverage of what's going on the ground with people's videos, but by police, by every possible account other than politicians and Zionists who try to lie about this. So remember, this is what's interesting. First of all, this shows you how clear this is. This is Ayanet, who we pointed to earlier. We also referenced her in Derek's article, or Robert's article, I'll point to in a second. And she posted this video. Now, the video, as she testifies to, is of Israeli supporters, Israeli Maccabi, Tel Aviv Israeli supporters, chasing down Palestinian supporters, or specifically people that they see as pro-Palestine, right in front of the station. She called this out. Now, what's crazy is this guy, who I've already identified as one of these aggressive Zionist manipulators, his name is Eli Yacobi, took her video without permission and said, Middle Eastern migrants continue to hunt down Jews. See how early this was getting started? There was a directive. Somebody made this happen. Where are the police? Well, she commented going, I'm the creator of this video and you're lying. So by the way, here is this where he's now deleted it. See how often this happens? Naftali Bennett, Eli Levy, they have all done it. I have a whole folder of how many times they have lied about the Flower Massacre and then deleted their tweets like we don't know. The point is, he got caught and then he deleted it. And what she said was, I'm the creator of this video, which you can see here. And she says, you are spreading fake news. This is a group of Maccabi supporters starting a fight and beating a single Dutch man. But he made it about chasing down Jews and Middle Eastern migrants. Do you not see how obvious the agenda is? It doesn't matter what's going on. It's about trying to create the illusion that these are illegal immigrants or just immigrants. And by the way, even if you happen to be there, you're just Arab and your family's been there for 17 generations, you're still an immigrant in the way they frame this. I'll prove this to you. There's people, you're just like in the U.S. from the Republican side. Many people, not every conservative, but their team sport Republican side, just like I pointed out before with the immigrants coming to the border. They hadn't even crossed the border yet, and they're being called illegal immigrants. How are they illegal yet? Maybe they were going to go through the right channels. You don't know that. It's because that's the narrative, and that's being driven by Israel. It's transparent. I'm going to show it to you with what's going on in Europe. They're pushing this like crazy. So they make it out to be chasing Jews only from Middle East migrants, when in reality, most of these people are residents in Denmark or wherever in this location. Delete the content. She says, I didn't give you permission. So he deleted it and apparently even apologized. We'll come to that in a second. But so again, here's the clip. You can watch it for yourself. And here she is underneath it. So you can see that. And PVT simply says Masters of Deception, which anybody honest is very well aware of right now. And she asked before he responded, saying a legitimate question, she says. This is on the 8th. What I explained to several media channels is that the Maccabi supporters deliberately started the riot in front of Central Station returning from the game. And they lost, by the way. They came in from two directions, lit heavily fireworks at Damrak, and gathered in front of the hotel. From there, they attacked one or two Amsterdam citizens, hit them. The men escaped, and the Maccabi supporters gathered back into a group. From there, they went into the city. This incident, misinformation by Bild, the German platform, which is I've seen seemingly everyone from CNN to Fox News to MSNBC to international media, they all lockstep lied about this. Jewish pogrom. So did every leader, it seems, ruler rather. So she's like, I was there. I filmed this. You're all lying about it. Now, she says this morning she received an apology from a different guy, Cristian Feld, apparently. And it says, this is the first news outlet to apologize for using my footage. So at least this seems to be a smaller one. At least they have the integrity to recognize they're wrong, but they should have checked it first, don't you think? Good journalist. Saying that basically showing they lied about the context to frame it as an anti-Semitic attack, when in reality they were the ones attacking Dutch citizens. And that's why the other guy deleted it, because everyone's beginning to see this and it's transparent. And I would argue, in the interest of continuing to propagandize you, and you got to get rid of that one because you got caught. These people are liars. That's what they are. Now, as I showed you the other show, this is a post from November 7th, but he's highlighting the video from March 7th of the year before, saying, or earlier in the year, saying, here is another example of Maccabi Tel Aviv citizens, football supporters who were jumping a random Arab guy in Greece. This got all sorts of coverage. Here's the actual article. Pro-Israeli hooligans attack a man carrying a Palestinian flag in Greek capital. That's from March. And just in case you wanted to prove it, which you should, here's the actual video from March 7th, 2024. So you can prove it's before this. So this is constant, guys. It's not new, and they all know that. Daniela Modas, shout out to her for continuing to break this story down. This is 14-second clip. Now, in the background, you can hear everybody cheering as they take the guy away. Different story. This is in Tunisia, I believe. Oh, no, excuse me. It's Brazil. Saying, quote, Israeli tourist arrested in an act on Biopedba Island in Brazil for, guess what? Racist insults and hate crimes against attacking and calling a black baggage handler a monkey. The crime has sparked outrage. The point is, this is not a unique dynamic from people coming from the Zionist Israel. Owen Jones breaks down an important thing you probably already seen. That Sky News actually put out a good report on this that broke down that they started it, that they burned a taxi, and guess what? They deleted it and put out a story that sold the lie. Now, this is a really important example because it proves that they had the information, the evidence, knew it was true, deleted it, and then for whatever reason, clearly you know what that reason, some of the reasons may be, funding, threats, pro-Zionism, decided to manufacture a fake story on top of that true story, delete the true story, and then pretend that was the reality. So they lied to you when you could prove they knew the truth. As Owen Jones says, this is a massive media scandal, which most people won't care about because they are in the media circle. I argue in the establishment rather. Sky News posted a video that accurately described what happened. And for those who are new to this conversation, I want to quickly highlight this. The reality being, it's over here, that this is the police. I have the video, and this is the Amsterdam police confirming what we were saying. That they started it, they burned a taxi, they were beating people up, and they responded to that. That's the truth. So they deleted this, described the violence and their hideous racism, then they deleted it. I'll show you the original. Then they posted a re-edit, except it's not a re-edit. It's a totally different video, which now qualifies as disinformation. They posted a tweet saying their previous video didn't meet their standards of balance and impartiality. Right. So if it's too racist and too much negative Israel, we have to make sure it has to be negative for everybody. That's not how truth works. That's not how journalism works. There's facts, and you report the facts. But they deleted that one too. So they have a third version. Can you imagine doing this in any other context? Somebody they've got them under their thumb. I don't know how else to read this. Now, the new video strips away any crucial context, downplays anti-Arab racism, adds in testimony from Maccabi fans, but none of the victims of the actual their acts of violence. Now, let's play the first video.
Violence in Amsterdam left at least 5 people injured and dozens.
And note the original point that it says right there.
Injured and dozens. Violence.
It says Israeli football fans attacked in Amsterdam. So even then, it still slants, but listen to it.
In Amsterdam left at least 5 people injured and dozens have been arrested. But what happened? Supporters of Israeli football club Maccabi Tel Aviv arrived in Amsterdam ahead of their UEFA Europa League match against Amsterdam club Ajax. On Wednesday, social media videos verified by Sky News show Maccabi Tel Aviv fans tearing down Palestinian flags from outside of homes.
Oops.
Other social media videos appeared to show residents chasing Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. On Thursday, just before the game, crowds of Maccabi fans were filmed singing racist and anti-Arab songs.
It says, let the IDF win to F the Arabs. That's what they're singing.
While a pro-Palestinian demonstration had been banned by the mayor over fears there would be clashes.
Of course, because you ban the pro-Palestinian protest because the Zionists are chanting racist slogans or slurs, which they tend to call Palestinian things slurs, while we'll call theirs slogans, which is the typical media nonsense.
Later that evening during the match, Israeli supporters appeared to disrupt the minute silence for Valencia flood victims with chants, whistles, and fireworks.
Right. So a moment of silence for the people that died, and they sneer and jeer and laugh about it. Why? Because Spain is pro-Palestine in there, which they just pulled away from Israel is all that really happened. So you cheer for the death of innocent people? Yes, that's Zionism for you.
Maccabi fans were seen attacking locals as a police car can be seen driving by.
Now, there's her video, by the way, but they accurately depicted it in the first case, that they were chasing local residents. That's what happened. Not Jews, not Middle Eastern. It's a local Dutch person is what she reported. And by the way, the point is they put a new video out where they lie about all this.
People with Palestinian flags were seen marching on the streets. Maccabi supporters say they were beaten and attacked on the streets of the Dutch capital, with videos showing some of the violence.
Which again is important to be clear about. Whatever the motivation, you can decide for yourself. These things happen quite often around these football matches. It's very common. So in and of itself, some of these could just be people fighting, which happens every time. Or one of the videos shared by one of these liars, a bunch of white guys breaking into a building. It's like, how do we possibly know? And the point was they're breaking in to get the Jews. It just seems so cartoonish when none of this has to do with Jewish people at all.
Palestine we go. Good.
Sky News could not.
Right, so the point there is, like plenty of the videos, they're out there screaming anti-Palestine content. They're burning Palestinian flags and beating up anyone they see that they even argue is that way. And that's why these people are saying this. In many cases, maybe because they're also pro-Palestine. But you can see the context. It is obvious. And the reality being, as we've already highlighted, that this was not directed at anybody other than those who instigated violence.
Not independently verify all of the footage shown. Police arrested 62 people. 5 were taken to hospital, but have since been discharged. Israeli far-right ultras are notorious for...
Now, note that there was no conversation about missing Israelis. As far as I can tell, that very well could be the case. But it also could very well be an inserted part of the story to keep it bigger than it actually is. To make it seem like they kidnapped and... Well, maybe not. Because the original information did not have anything to do with that.
Their racism and physical violence. Dutch, Israeli, and British leaders.
I mean, you get the point. So they just wrap it up at the end saying they condemn the same thing. So here is the next part. So the new video strips away the crucial content, downplays everything that's happening there. And here's another breakdown of this from Mark Owen Jones, saying this is nuts. After mysteriously deleting the package coverage, they put out a new version, which is really Orwellian, guys. It's crazy. It completely changes the thrust to emphasize that the violence was anti-Semitic. See the opening screenshot and change below. There's just the opening point. They literally say what we know about the anti-Semitic violence. Anti-Semitic violence. That's crazy. So here's the next one.
Violence in Amsterdam left at least 5 people injured and dozens have been arrested. But what happened?
Everything should be done to track down and prosecute the perpetrators. This is simply anti-Semitic violence against Israelis that actually defies description.
Supporters of Israeli football
Defies description? Well, you just described it, and you're lying about it.
club Maccabi Tel Aviv arrived in Amsterdam ahead of their UEFA Europa League match against Amsterdam club Ajax. On Wednesday, social media videos verified by Sky News show 3 men tearing down Palestinian flags from outside of homes. A second
Notice how it doesn't say Maccabi fans. We anonymized it for your benefit.
Palestinian flag was pulled down from a building in a clip verified by Sky News. Another video uploaded to social media shows a man being chased through the street with a caption that
I mean, I'll play a little bit more.
watch and enjoy 6 Zionists chased away, free Palestine. On Thursday, just before the game, crowds of Maccabi fans were filmed singing racist and anti-Arab songs.
So imagine trying to frame this as anti-Semitic attacks when you even include those points, right? The idea that these people are responding when we're talking about, I mean, again, it's the same point. Like what kills me sometimes is I think like this is transparently obvious. The amount of misinformation around this is what the real point is. But I just think it's just crazy. I guess because sometimes there are austere people that are being, leaning into the lie.
On that same evening, a pro-Palestine demonstration took place at the Anton de Compline Square after authorities banned organisers from holding it outside the arena. Later that evening during the match, Israeli supporters appeared to disrupt the minute silence for Valencia flood victims with chants, whistles and fireworks. A video posted on social media shows a large group of hooded men dressed in black running down the street and striking people at random.
But I want to see how much that changed. So it went from the specifically Maccabi fans chasing a random Dutchman in local area from there, which is the point. And now it's changed that to represent something entirely different. So anonymized group that we don't know beating people at random. Well, that you literally reported the opposite first, or not the opposite, but something very different. It's shockingly dishonest.
To make clear.
And you overlap this with political statements of people that just keep misrepresenting what happened.
Are used in Amsterdam that there can be tensions. There are many.
In interest of time, I'm going to go forward. It's the same difference. They basically, the rest of it is the last part you saw with more statements making this about anti-Semitism. As Owen Jones also writes, this is now the 3rd upload. Here's the 3rd one. And it's saying it gets worse. Sky News also edited their online article. It sanitizes, erases the thuggery of Maccabi hooligans, no longer describes anti-Arab racism, and distorts the timeline of events. As the third example completely washes it out. There's more. The Dutch photographer filmed footage of Maccabi fans attacking Dutch residents. Multiple media organizations then used that footage to suggest Maccabi fans were the ones being attacked. She's demanding apologies and retractions. That's the one we're talking about. So she saw it, and now it's gone even farther. So it goes from Maccabi fans chasing a Dutch person. Then it goes from random people beating at random. Then it becomes Maccabi fans being chased. It's like they think we're this stupid. I think they do in some cases. But here's what you get. So Owen Jones has the nerve to point out the truth. This guy says, the face of a man who makes up excuses for a Muslim organized pogrom of Amsterdam. You simply don't hate Owen Jones enough. I mean, I just am so blown away by how I don't know what's scarier, that this guy is stupid enough to believe that this is the case, or hateful enough to state this way, or that he knows it's not true and is willing to deceive people that aggressively. 33,000 followers. The point is obvious. It's not a Muslim organized anything. These were a smattering of different Tunisian or I already forgot the other one, Moroccan Arabs, some of them, and then just other random people that live in this area. That it's easily proven, and I'll play the clip from the police and everything else. And they are not organizing anything. They were reacting to what appeared to be an organized goading event to drive people in, or not organized at all, and they reacted to their racism, their open attacks against other people. God forbid they should respond. It's just funny, all these claims about self-defense. They come out and start beating people with wooden planks, which is part of what happened, and then they fight back, and now suddenly they're being attacked. Yeah, that's a typically Israeli government nonsense. This kills me. Because the truth is, you've seen, I'll show you another one of these tweets across the board from Trudeau. Weirdly enough, at least unless I've missed it, absent from Kamala or Donald Trump. So much is we are all being gamed, guys. The point is that across the board, from Trudeau to everyone, came out and said, Jew anti-Semitic pogrom, with it despite the evidence. Now, Francesca Albanese, UN rapporteur, said pro-Israelism is a cult in the West. Dangerous, hypocritical, and shameful at the time an entire people is being exterminated with a mix of 21st century military technologies and evergreen genocidal sadism. And she cites the same thing we're highlighting. A Dutch journalist is demanding an apology and removal of her footage used by basically everybody to misrepresent what she knows happened. That's how wild this is. Here, Francesca Albanese also highlighting this clip that says, here's the segment from Sky News that's now deleted, showing you the truth they put out and the lie they covered it with. And she says, in the West, Israel and Israelis can never be in the wrong. In Palestine, Israeli officials, soldiers, and settlers commit crimes against humanity, blame and smear Palestinians. Everywhere else they may provoke, incite, and vandalize, and still get a free pass for every act of violence they commit or hide. Still, it is other communities into which they come who are blamed, smeared, and arrested. And the Amsterdam police have set the record straight. The media needs to follow suit. To do otherwise is to dangerously gut anti-Semitism of any meaning, which they have already done, distort the facts, de-responsibilize Israel. That's an interesting term. And Israelis, and deny any possibility of accountability. The bottom line is, this is the agenda of Zionism. Dan Cohen and I had a whole conversation about this, which is a great interview. And this is about the idea that Zionism needs to manufacture the illusion that they have to be there to protect Jewish people. It's called the manufactured Middle East plight and the Zionism linchpin. Dan Cohen, being a Jew himself, openly speaking about this, which is important. Shows you that it's not what they're trying to make it out to be. The bottom line is that this is about manufacturing this illusion. The idea that by creating the idea that they are being hunted and attacked, and Zionism gets to step in like they have to be there to protect and present. And this gets even more alarming when I get the sense where this is already going. Now, here is what Elon Levy wrote. This account that's, I guess, called the Israeli Citizens Spokesperson, which is another Israeli propaganda account probably run by Israel's government. It says this account put out a statement about the anti-Semitic pogrom. So they lied, objectively. And this was the response they received, guess what, from an ABC News producer. So from actually Australia, but a corporate media platform, okay? They say, the hateful views expressed below by Elon Levy and this account are sick, racially biased expressions of a fascist regime's propaganda campaign seeking to justify genocide and arbitrary assassination. That's crazy to me. It's crazy how much this has shifted. So Elon Levy is outraged because the truth got shoved in his face. Elon says, further to the earlier tweet about a hostile reply from an ABC News producer about the Amsterdam pogrom, an ABC News spokesperson wishes to clarify. See, that's how this works. The views expressed by this individual do not reflect those of ABC News. Okay, so they go above, right? So one of these people has the courage to point out they're lying, and so Elon's machine, or the Zionism machine, jumps the next level. Oh yeah? Well, we're gonna use our influence to bring this down, to call you racist. By tomorrow, the entire world will be calling your name out and saying you're an anti-Semite. So they stand up and go, never mind, that person's lying and they're wrong, even though they're not, and you can prove it. But that's how this works. That is all they have. Coercion, threats. I guess that's it. And of course, actually carrying out the threats. That's certainly what they do. But here he followed up and he says, in response to this was our statement. He says Hamas supporters in Amsterdam planned an attack. Oh, so now we're pretending this was all planned. We already saw that, but this is the lie on top of the lie on Israelis in Amsterdam. Or really just anybody screaming, kill all the children, to be objective. And it says this was a premeditated assault. Okay, what's the evidence? Oh, there is none. Okay. It did not get out of control. It was not sparked by any perceived offense. Oh, really? So now you're not even willing to admit that they were doing the things that we all have on video, that didn't spark that offense. It just was because they secretly hated Jews all the time, but planned it to go after them, but let them carry out these offenses first. Literally, in case you understand, a pogrom means an organized massacre of particular ethnic group, in particular that of Jewish people from the history around the conversation. But the reality being a massacre. So are you saying people died, Elon, or do you not understand what words mean? And on top of that, I'm about to show you what pogroms actually look like. I'm sure you know where this is going. While they're literally killing 67 children a day, they want to point to people getting beat up for for being supporting of these things as a pogrom. So yet again, undermining the real meaning of what anti-Semite is, of what pogrom is, and then which, by the way, creates people who don't know the reality hatred towards Jewish people by design because of what Zionism is doing. Misdirecting those people that are ignorant of the reality into that, which gives them more control over the conversation. Jews are calling this out all over the world right now. Time to start paying attention. The Israeli government sent, he continues, warnings to Dutch authorities that went unheeded. No, what you did is what you always do. Anytime you want to manufacture an event, like the woman at that award ceremony, you act like they're all at risk. We have to send 47 guards to keep her safe, when the only thing that pretends as a threat was the fact that you sent guards. There was no threat. You pointed the guards to say, see, we can prove there was a threat because she had guards. Well, no, you sent the guards to make it look like there was a threat. It's obvious. Now, there obviously also could be a threat in some context, but we could prove that what they're hyping around, let's say, the 400% spike in anti-Semitism was ADL's coverage of anything Palestinian. They admitted that. This is how lazy it is because they don't have anything. So they said, we're going to send Mossad because we're all at risk. And they point at the fact that they sent Mossad to justify that there was risk or prove it. In reality, I think we can see that Mossad played a role in this. Hamas supporters in Amsterdam filmed themselves attacking Israel. Oh, so now they're Hamas supporters. So not just even the idea that these were all pro-Palestinian people is a stretch. Because I can prove to you these are just people that fought back or that recognize these people were disgusting. Like the woman taking the video that lived there. Or the main point is that to pretend they're Hamas supporters on top of that, it shows you how completely desperate they are. And it's not working. Less than ever, in fact. Asked passerbys, again, this is what they always put forward. Were you Jewish? Demanding if you can see an ID. That never happened, and there's zero evidence for it. Literally nothing. Just like the claim of marching through the school to kill the Jews, chanting kill the Jews, that's Stefanik pushed forward. Even though the police in the middle of Congress said that never happened, she continues to push that lie. I wonder who's paying that to happen. The October 7th massacre inspired millions of Hamas sympathizers. Back to day one. That's all they got. You mean the day where you killed a lot of your own people more than the other, where you continued to, it just is such a stupid, lazy thing that everyone sees through, other than apparently people in power because they're paid not to or they're threatened not to. My opinion. See, we warned Globalize the Intifada would call for this. This is such a lazy, they're trying to fold in whatever they're manufacturing into pointing at what you think is being thrown at you. It's not even worth. I think this is already falling apart. I think this whole thing has such little influence over anybody right now that it makes me worry what's going to happen because of it. Now, George Galloway, who has family there, says his large extended family lives in Amsterdam. The Maccabee fans, thousands of them, he writes, came for Rampage, tearing down flags, singing genocidal songs, chanting death to Arabs during the minute of silence for the Valencia victims, randomly harassing local Muslims, all on the record. You can see it everywhere. Even burned a taxi cab. These are verifiable facts, he says. I added the cab, but it's true. I'll show you the police saying it. Zombie media are lying even about this, even though ample video evidence is available. Here is BM from Israel saying Maccabi Tel Aviv fans vandalized homes in Amsterdam with graffiti. Here you can see a Star of David, and it looks like it says like F Hamas or something like that. And the point is, guess what, guys? This is the modern Jewish quarter of the city. So not only are these people out there vandalizing homes, they're vandalizing Jewish homes. Now, how much you want to bet in some context of this conversation, they're pointing at this and saying racist. Hamas supporters did this to Jewish homes like they do every time. That's not what it is. Here's Vivid, a aggressive Zionist propagandist, apparently lying to you. 3 million views, by the way, November 8th, saying, breaking, Dutch police have begun arresting many of the Muslim terrorists. Even though I don't think any of them, well, I mean, let's put it this way. I don't know whether just because they're Arab or because they're certain that they're Muslim. But that's how it works for these people, because they're racist and disgusting human beings. And so it becomes, or terrorists now? You already get the point. It's lazy. But says that they're already arresting them who brutally lynched Jews last night. I mean, think about it. If you have to be this aggressively dishonest around what everyone can see on video, you're desperate. You're vulnerable. And it makes me uncomfortable how vulnerable these people are, like how clearly desperate they are to just use anything that we all can see as a lie, I guess in hopes they just convince one more person. What should the punishment be? Deportation? Years behind bars? Right? Deportation? Because they're Muslim? That doesn't mean that they're immigrants, man. Like these people are, they can't even hide. They're just unbridled racism they have right beneath the surface. Here is Aviva Klampus sharing the same thing. They're not so tough now. Dutch police are arresting the violent jihadists. Now they're jihadists? So if you're Hamas supporters, that make you, I mean, you get the point. It's just, my point is, like I said before, it's almost like I'm not even worth the time anymore. It's just so bad and so obvious who attacked Israelis last night. But here's what I think is interesting. This is all on the 8th, right? Here is Gert Wilders, who is part of the government there, member of parliament. Here he is on the 9th. He says, I am speechless. Amsterdam police just confirmed that no one has been arrested during the Islamic Jew hunt in Amsterdam. So you can see where he leans on that. Islamic Jew hunt? It's like terror tunnels, like they're cartoons. These people should be made fun of. That's so that even if it's exactly what happened, to call it a Islamic terror hunt, when you could, when it's just, it's bad. It's insulting to your intelligence. Because one, it's not what happened. And it's like, and again, you couldn't just say, here are people attacking people that are Israeli like that and hurting them, because that's bad enough. But you have to make it a literal cartoon. But it says all arrests have been made before and during the soccer match and not during the pogrom. Oh, I see. So that means we can effectively make clear that Aviva Klampus is a ridiculous liar. They're just sharing videos of what maybe not even be from this location. I don't know. Or he's wrong and she's right. My point is that it's just so funny how completely up in the air all this is, and they will give you whatever they can to try to convince you for half a second that you need to be on their side, even if everything else right after that shows you they're lying. The point is, I'm pretty sure at this point that this stuff is not, don't trust anything you're seeing from any of these people in this conversation, on any side for that matter, because it is overwhelmingly rife with misinformation. But here is the Yuri, this random guy, saying graduated from Shuk Main Yuta University. Who knows? There's so many bots and fake information online. But the point is, it says 2 of the Muslim immigrant lynchers, they should be deported. My point is that simply these people are so over the top disgusting that you're talking about people that live in this location, and because you see them as different, you should deport them. You know, there are like 10th generation people that live in this country. My point would be that just because you think they're not from here, guys, that's everybody. At some point, that's everybody. Everybody was eventually somebody that came from somewhere else to even the United States. How many generations removed do you have to be before you're no longer an immigrant? Well, in the mind of these people, never, because they're disgusting. Now, Moan Rabbani says, if Egyptian or Moroccan hooligans rampage violently through the streets of Amsterdam chanting, there are no schools in Israel because all the Jews are dead, they would be shot on sight. Yet this week, the Dutch police, media, politicians, and monarchy have thoroughly disgraced themselves by openly embracing a violent genocidal Israeli mob and uttering not a word in defense of their Dutch victims. Because that's important. This is like the U.S. government ignoring Americans being hurt because Israel's doing it. Well, here is the Dutch government ignoring that their own people are beat up by rabid, frothing at the mouth, genocidal Israelis because it was Israelis that did it. Nothing new there. Robert Inlakesh says it's telling that the media is giving more coverage to Israelis beaten up in Amsterdam than the Palestinian and Lebanese civilians being slaughtered by Israel. As I speak this, what an absolute joke. Not only the lies about what led to the violence in Amsterdam, but the racist double standards. And I'll show you his article next. Now, I'm going to play this, even though it's right over here. I want to play this really quickly just so you see it. This is the police and a little bit of a montage afterward.
Supporters wordt op het rokin een vlag van de gevel gehaald. En ze vernielen een taxi.
It's in obviously another language. The point is seeing that the Maccabi supporters from a building on the town square, a central square, and they destroyed a taxi. They burned Palestinian flags. They beat people up. It's all on the record, guys. And this is the police in the that's why I use this image for Robert's article. I'll show you next in the conference admitting all of this. This was a couple days ago, I think. And yet you still have all these rulers around the world and the media blindly lying to you about it.
Op het rokin een vlag van de gevel gehaald. En ze vernielen een taxi. Op de Dam wordt de Palestijnse vlag in brand gestoken.
On the day of the match, a large group of Maccabi fans gathered in Dam Square in central Amsterdam. Some arrests were made after trouble between the Israeli club's fans and pro-Palestine protesters, police said. Then, on their way to the match, some Maccabi fans were filmed singing racist and anti-Arab songs.
So here's Robert's article on it. Entitled, Israeli Football Fans Chanted Racial Slurs, Incited Fights, Media Claims, Anti-Semitism. So there's a couple points here to highlight. Make sure you read the whole thing. He does a great job on this. But just a couple of points on top of what we already showed you. And I'll include all these tweets that you can look at that talk about the policeman saying this, the young kid that was basically proving they were lying about it and got threatened by the Maccabi fans, and a couple of other points I'll mention here. So this is an important article. Now it says basically, in fact, and again, we go over the main premise that they're lying about this. He says, in fact, they even attacked a Moroccan taxi driver before they continued on to tear down Palestinian flags from private property, which all of this is more than enough for average people to respond to them. I'm not rationalizing violence. My point is that you can see why people might respond to this. You're burning a taxi cab. You're pulling down people's property. Yeah, in some places in the world, that will get your teeth knocked out. And then you don't go on blaming it's them attacking Jews because you did that. As documented by a 14-year-old Dutch reporter, that's him right here, who probably did the best job at covering the events that transpired that day, Israeli football hooligans also chased down bystanders with wooden planks, all documented by the police, metal pipes and rocks. Totally, they're the ones being attacked, right? In addition to this, some of the Israeli hooligans were allegedly soldiers. Again, and Mossad agents were present, prompting Tel Aviv to ban military personnel from traveling to the Netherlands. While it was reported in Israel's own media that Mossad agents were among the football hooligans for protection. Guys, this is as bad as the Iranian conversation. This is silly. And it shows you, you should make you ask how they ever were able to convince us of this stuff in the past. Threats. Control. Now it says, beginning with a pro-Palestinian counter-protest, groups of young men, primarily Moroccan and Tunisian, decided to confront the Israeli hooligans, chasing them down and beating them up. So the entire day of this happened before they finally decided to react. After hours of Israelis being beaten up, the Israeli government declared it was sending 2 civilian airliners with medical supplies and an evacuation team. God, it's amazing how quickly you can respond to a couple of people getting some bruises and cuts. Meanwhile, you've got Palestinian children starving to death and you can't be put, obviously you know why. So that they could rescue their civilians. A total of 5 Israelis were hospitalized, while dozens were said to have been injured, prompting the Dutch authorities to arrest over 60 people connected with the violence. Now, again, the point is we have a whole day of them. Did anybody get arrested for, let's say, burning a taxi cab? Funny how those things get brushed right over. But then you have people responding to violence, which I could argue they should be accountable too. But then they get pushed from somewhere. As we can see all the Dutch authorities screaming about Jewish pogroms. Clearly, they're being influenced by something, obviously. Then they react and get 60 people. How much you want to bet that none of them were, I don't know this for sure, but they were not the Israeli Maccabi fans. It says, yet when the Amsterdam police commissioner spoke publicly, as we just showed you, he accurately depicted the events as being prompted by the Israeli supporters. Now it says, in addition to all of this, Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters are well known for their fascist and openly racist views. It's pretty commonly understood, apparently, in these circles, of their violent tendencies. And this is really important, guys, because this shows you something deeper. As an example, in 2014, the Israeli club hired an Arab Israeli player. So he has Israeli citizenship, but he was an Arab Israeli player. His name was Mahran Radi, which apparently triggered the team's racism. Their own supporters were berating him, and they berated the player every single game. And the chant was, "We don't want Arabs at Maccabi." And Radi is dead. Very publicized, very documented. The Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters also proceeded to write these chants in graffiti all around the city and the stadium. Gee, so this is not new. The harassment occurred until the person was removed from the team, which they've never hired another Arab player since. Can you imagine if that was about Jews on a different team? Or more accurately, because that's them with their clumsy framing, Israelis. Can you imagine if it was Israelis that were not allowed on an Arab team? Whatever it is, you know how this would be framed. This is so shockingly dishonest. This is racism. This is exactly what all of them, whether it's Trump or Biden, pretend they're trying to stop while openly supporting them more than anybody else in the world, the Israeli government. Now, it says, making things even more clear, after being evacuated by Maccabi Tel Aviv, fans arrived back in Israel's Ben Gurion airport. And guess what? Instantly began to chant, "Ole, ole, ole, let the IDF win, and F the Arabs. Ole, 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 why is school out of Gaza? There are no children left there." So clearly learned their lesson, right? No, they were taught this was okay. They got protected. Nobody got charged with the crime. Israel swung in and saved them back to Israel. And so they went on singing, "Yes, kill them all. Arabs bad, kill all the children." And yet we're pretending this was a pogrom against Jews. Despite all the evidence pointing to the fact that the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans started the violence, committed a litany of racial hate crimes, openly advocated for genocide, and destroyed private property, which led to a group of primarily Arab Dutch citizens violently confronting them. In a reaction, the media and Western governments decided to claim that some kind of Nazi anti-Jewish pogrom had occurred. This narrative also ignores the Netherlands-based anti-Zionist Jewish collective, Erev Rav, condemning the Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters too. You don't hear that on corporate media or in these screaming, irrational Israeli supporters. Here's that clip, or rather the post right here. Marco and Jones shared this. Netherlands-based anti-Zionist, which of course to them is you're no longer Jewish if you're anti-Zionist, despite the fact that Judaism is Judaism, Zionism is a political organization. These people are Jews that don't like Zionism. They stood up and condemned the violent acts of the Maccabi fans, the one-sided media coverage, and the selective policing by Dutch police. It's all documented, but you're not going to hear it. To make this about anti-Jewish, it doesn't make any sense when you address the facts. Now it says, oh, again, we showed you this. This is Ionette saying she created this video and they're misrepresenting it. And BBC, which I don't think it's about fact checking. I think they don't care. But the point is that they shared her video and framed it incorrectly. So they didn't fact check it. They're the ones that love to tell you that they fact checked it. They didn't even look, or they didn't care that it was false, which should make the same point. Calling it anti-Semitic attacks. The reality is what's really going on in Gaza or anywhere else they're involved. Nearly 70% of the Gaza war dead are women and children. Ages most represented 5 to 9. That's what's really going on. And that's what they're hiding with all this. Now, again, here's the police speaking on the record. Here's the Dutch teenager reporting exactly what we just discussed and having Maccabi fans in the back tell him that you better shut up or you're going to be, what did they say exactly? It was, he's reporting that they're throwing rocks and they're hitting people, throwing fireworks. And they told him to stop filming. They said, for your own safety, turn off the camera. He's not a Muslim terrorist. He's a Dutch individual reporting, and they threatened him to shut up. The dishonesty around this is just overwhelming. Max Blumenthal highlighting what we already showed you. My point in showing you this next view is just to show you this was not maybe in the reporting, you may think that there was only one example, right? Here they are burning the flag. Here they are chanting this. No, you'd be wrong. It's endless. It's a mob of people burning flags, attacking people, and chanting this all over the place from when they got there, from the day they were rioting, from the day they got beat up to the time they get home, which is, let the IDF win to F the Arabs. There are no children left because there are no schools left because the children are killed. There's Max pointing out one of these examples where they're standing in the streets, right? Here's another one where they're coming down the escalator. Let the IDF win to, or rather just simply chanting F the Arabs. That's it. As he points out, if they were chanting F the Jews anywhere, of course, we'd have a different conversation, right? As Ryan Grimm writes, the level of dehumanization required for the Western media to completely ignore this bigoted and deliberate incitement in Amsterdam is off the charts. Mark Owens showing you the Jewish organization calling out the Maccabee fans for violence, which no one wants to talk about. Now, Francesca Albanese has been on this she's been calling all of this out, and courageously so. But I just want to highlight for everyone that wants to make this about anti-Jewish anything, there's more examples than you can imagine. From Holocaust survivors telling you that we're on the right side of history to the point that we have 30 different Jewish organizations, large ones, around the world who have issued a statement in support of Francesca Albanese, UN rapporteur, because she's standing up against the toxic Israeli agenda. That's their words, what they're talking about. 30 Jewish organizations. Kind of hard to ignore that. But here's Megatron showing you what Israel's doing. This is an agenda, guys, just like in the U.S. with the right to convince you that you need to create digital IDs to stop immigration or whatever else they're driving forward while manufacturing that illusion and the actual immigration, weaponized or not. Here is Israel trying to instigate international internal unrest in Europe in every possible way, as he frames it. I agree. He says they even put up a billboard in Tel Aviv that says "Free Europe." The aim is to provoke interreligious conflict at any cost. Citizens of Europe should be cautious and not fall for Mossad-orchestrated provocations. Guys, how do we not see this? If you don't, how do you not see it? Now, here's what really worries me. I made this point the last show. This was on the 8th where Benjamin Netanyahu went to the Foreign Affairs Situation Room like it's some kind of a war to update and brief on what's been done and to locate those who have not been in contact. So again, my point, I have yet to see any evidence that anybody's actually missing. For all we know, that was, and I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying I've yet to see any evidence. For all we know, that was a floated part of the story that wasn't even covered by Sky News until after the fact. So who knows? But my worry, real or not, is that will be used to create a whole new dynamic here. We already saw them rationalizing bombing entire buildings of innocent people. Of course, only in certain locations so far, but now in Lebanon too, in order to claim they go after one person. In one case, the guy wasn't even there. 400 people died in Jubilee refugee camp, and Wolf Blitzer couldn't even swallow it. My point is, what if they say, okay, well, this guy's being held in this Muslim part of the territory in Denmark or wherever, in the Netherlands? Well, by their logic, they can bomb that building, right? Is it only allowed in Muslim countries? Doesn't that mean you're racist? How does that work? The bottom line is you can see where this might go, and it worries me. And this gets only more worrisome with stuff like this. It seems the Israeli police will be deployed in Paris because of a match in 4 days. So now because of something they created, that they've lied about, the Israeli police are going to be on the ground in France, probably along with Mossad. I mean, guys, this is getting out of control. So now we're going to start to see this as a common thing. How long until this is everywhere? Like, how do we not worry that this is something bigger than just pretending to protect them during a soccer match? Realize they manufactured this and that they're going to create something like if they keep going forward acting like they've never been found, this will be something much bigger than we're already talking about. And it could be the guys for any number of operations in your countries. And you know what? Your governments are going to let it happen. Now, here are just a couple more examples. As Asal Rod points out, let the IDF win, F the Arabs, what we already showed you. All these are on the record. These are all different examples. I've shown you 5 or 6 of them now. On the stairway, on the streets, in the airport, everywhere. And they're saying the same things we've shown you. And here is Secretary Blinken on the 8th saying, there's no place in our world for anti-Semitic attacks like those against the Israeli soccer fans. Because he's completely bought off, obviously. Or this stupid, probably both. The United States stands with the Dutch Israeli authorities and strongly condemn. That's what he says. While you can easily prove what happened. Now, Zionist Observer says the threat of world leaders lying about Zionist raids in Amsterdam might make a website of this, not sure, just considering it. Well, scroll down. Justin Trudeau, Second, Blinken. There's Biden. I didn't know he did a statement. Ursula, David Lammy, Dick Scove, Olaf Scholz, Penny Wrong, Emmanuel Macron, Wilders. We showed you. I mean, on and on and on and on. There's Ambassador Greenfield, all of them. Jewish pogroms. They're either that easily manipulated or they're lying to you. Simple. Easily proven. And the point is, I don't think I've seen either Kamala or Trump, which I do find interesting. Telling, but I'm not sure exactly in what way. My point is just that it's an odd difference. 30 seconds ago, they couldn't stop themselves from making. Now, all of a sudden, post-election, they're not. I find that odd. Either way, how is that possible? Unless they're completely controlled. Now, we are at almost 4 hours. So I'm thinking I'm going to give you a few more of these and we'll finish up tomorrow with some of the stuff we were going to get to. So we were going to talk, I'm going to play some of these clips. I'll finish up the part about Amsterdam, but I wanted to get into some stuff around both Gaza and Lebanon, which I will get to. I'm going to go ahead and try my, like 99% tomorrow. That's the plan. The only reason I do that is because there's a lot of anomalies in my background that have to do with, both family stuff, but as well as what else is going on. That's the problem today. I don't get into it much, but almost 9 times out of 10, every day I'm organizing, getting stuff ready, and then something pops off, and I have to make these phone calls or the meeting with this. It goes on forever. But that's not for you to worry about. My point is simply to say that every day I'm intending to try to do this work, and something gets in my way, drives me crazy. As you guys know, that's why these shows are that much longer when I don't do a show. The proceedings are so much to get to. But the point is my goal is to talk about this tomorrow. Israel moves ahead with plans for permanent presence in Gaza, right? The idea is that this is the ethnic cleansing we told you about. Forcibly expelling them, not to return. What's that called again? Oh, yeah, ethnic cleansing. And remember, they promised they could return. And now they're telling you, just like we told you they would, that sorry, never mind. Never mind. They're not allowed to go back to their homes. We all said this would be the case. Miller lying about it. Even Haaretz calling it ethnic cleansing. They're claiming no one's in the north, but there's actually over 500,000 people still there. So what's going to happen to them? God only knows. Genocide. That's where we are. The new UN report, by the way, which I uploaded on my TLAV website so you can read it. I just showed you a part of it, but it's shocking, guys. It is shocking. As I just quoted from it, it says the number of killings verified by UN, but just up until September 2nd, over 8,000 Palestinians, 7,600 were killed in residential buildings. 44% were children, predominantly age 5 to 9. And if you want to be blown away by a graph, that's coming up here, I think. Right there. Look at this graph. For the podcast, it shows you the kind of like a dual graph showing you the ages. The right's females, the left is males. And all you see is predominantly 0 to 4, 5 to 9, 10 to 14. Right about over 30, it gets dramatically down. So the vast majority are children. Also to show you that the UN members are being killed. 4 UN peacekeepers are wounded in an Israeli strike in Lebanon. Guys, this is not UNRWA. We're talking about Lebanon. How crazy is it that no one even talks about this anymore? 4 UN members were wounded. 3 were killed. We have this example of UNIFIL, again, where they're destroying, there's not some engagement. They're just sending bulldozers to tear down their fences now. It's so shocking how obvious all this is. Doctors Without Borders screaming that no one listen. Repeated killings of our members in Gaza. They're not even calling them Hamas. They just don't care. Just gone. Lebanon, same thing. Apparently, Israel Defense Minister Katz is going, hey, we defeated Hezbollah. Yay. This is absolutely embarrassing. They defeated Hezbollah. Now their job is to continue to put pressure on to bring out the fruits of the victory, apparently. But oh yeah, by the way, despite defeating Hezbollah today, they've also been bombing today. Because that's about what you defeated them. It's right here, I think. Or was it? Did I delete that on accident? I hope not. Looks like I did. I do that sometimes where I'm moving them around and I accidentally delete it. Oh, no, here it is. So my point is on the 10th, which is today, they bombed locations of northern Lebanon, killing civilians, 20 innocent people, 3 children, also bombing Syria, by the way. But so how exactly did you defeat Hezbollah, but then go on to murder civilians? Oh, that's right, because you're killing civilians, and that was always the plan. Here's Noam Chomsky simply telling you what that Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization, that the U.S. calls what they don't like terrorists. Here is Max Blumenthal showing you Israeli soldiers burning a Hezbollah flag. Oh, no, excuse me. That's a Lebanese flag. So, yeah, guess what? They've been always fighting Lebanon, just like they've been always fighting Palestine. Turns out they were war with Lebanon's people. I can't talk right now. Sorry to go too fast. A war with the Lebanese people. That's my point as always. Everybody, everywhere sees the truth. It's only about people that are invested or lying that don't want you to see it. And this is a image of a whole mountainside blowing up in Lebanon. And it says, Israel to Lebanese people, when you're done, you can go back to your homes. Their homes exploded. That's what they're saying still in Lebanon now. Please get out of the way. You can go back to your homes, just like they lied to people in Gaza. They're not going to believe them. That's for the public to pretend it's going on. Israeli soldiers now leaving Google reviews for Lebanese buildings that they've blown up. The sadism, the psychopathic actions of these people is overwhelming. And continue to bomb ambulances in southern Lebanon. 37 villages destroyed across South Lebanon. Putting toys and bombs in children's toys. And of course, we have the example that 52 countries have signed a letter at the UN calling for an immediate halt to Israel. That's what the world looks like. Not this game where international community agrees. No, what do you mean? You and the UK? No. 52 countries, the majority of the world that's in this conversation is saying, stop arming Israel. And in Canada, in Ottawa, they've announced a lawsuit against the government of Canada for violating its duty to prevent genocide. So it's coming down everywhere, guys, everywhere. So let's end in general with some of these clips that overlapping with the Amsterdam conversation. Here is, what was her name again? Catherine Bogan, just pointing out what she has to say about this.
I say this as a Jewish person. What happened in Amsterdam was not a pogrom. It was a around and find out. I'm a Jewish girl. I've spent plenty of time in Europe. I'm 100% confident I can travel safely throughout Europe. You know why? Because I'm not running around town screaming and pulling down residents' flags. I'm not in a huge group of aggressors chanting death to Arabs. Nobody would ever catch me singing a jingle about the dead children of Gaza. And in general, I wouldn't be walking around trying to be a vile, violent nuisance to the locals. I know, I could post up on any public street corner and light my Shabbat candles and wear my Star of David and invite people to say the Mourner's Kaddish and talk to them about being a Jew against genocide, and I would be fine. I would be fine. I would be absolutely safe. I could identify myself as a Jew, as so many people have done, by the way, at pro-Palestine rallies and protests, and either be welcomed or ignored. I'm thinking about that woman who tried to disrupt the protest by wearing the I'm a Jew shirt and everyone just walked around her. That would be the experience. I'm talking a spectrum from confused disinterest to neutrality to being welcomed warmly with open arms. Because that's what happens when you're not a dick. This is some boy who cried wolf shit.
Yep. Now, some things that I actually pulled, I'm glad I saw before I ended that I'd pulled aside from earlier on different browser. Here is the same guy. Now, this is the guy who got caught, called out by that woman that her video was used everywhere and deleted his post. I already showed you that. This is the same guy. Look at what he's saying right here. And this is exactly what I'm worried about with Netanyahu's situation room and the future of what happens. And for all we know, this is a lie. My point is, this is a propagandist for the whole thing. Now, he is, as seen on Fox and Washington Post. So just to make sure he's not some rando or some random person with no one, that doesn't mean he's telling the truth, though. My point is that it could either be the reality, which scares me, or him floating this as the reality, which would scare me the same way, but for a different reason. He says Israel is currently considering instructing the Mossad to help find the perpetrators of pogroms against Jews in Amsterdam. So now you want Mossad to investigate in another country? Do you realize how alarming this is? But guess what? They already do stuff like this. Israel is showing the world what protecting your citizens looks like. So you go over there and beat people up, steal, burn down flags, and then all of a sudden you want to send your police and your intelligence to hunt down the people that you attacked? And guess what? The Dutch government's probably going to let it happen. This is what I'm scared about, guys. This is alarming. When most people in the country don't want that, don't agree with this, don't even believe what they're saying. But guess what? Their government lets it happen. Talk about globalism or anything we're talking about. This is alarming and encroachment. It's pretty wild. Now, here's just another example, by the way, of them singing depraved songs outside of the area of the recent incidents in Amsterdam. Saying the horrors of Arabs, we're ashamed of you, we'll F you and drink your blood or whatever it says. It's just these ridiculous chant. The point is these people are lunatics. Now, here's what Tiberius says. We just saw, and again, that's not all Jews or Israelis. These people, anyone, whatever the religion or where they're from, saying those things are crazy. He says, we just saw the U.S. empire's minions, or so-called leaders, lie in unison about something there is video evidence for, as well as news organizations deleting footage to protect this false narrative. This is the kind of construct we're talking about, guys. We need to see that. Whatever you think that is, that shows you a real obvious picture of something bigger. Not just this one topic, something much darker that actually runs things and controls things. I'm not even pointing at Zionism. I'm talking about whatever influences their decision-making process. It's not the truth. It's not objectivity, whether government or news. These people are guided by something else. You can decide what that is, but you have to acknowledge that. It says, now imagine everything else they've lied about. It's pretty chilling. Those of us that have been doing this a long time, that's not news to you. You already know that and you live your life by that. But a lot of people, imagine how scary and uncomfortable this is that you've never seen this before. But the truth is more important. But this guy says it's pretty obvious now that without social media, a tremendous number of completely false or concocted events would wind up canonized as unquestionable official history. 9/11, things like that. The point is that this is not a nod to Twitter, because I think they're part of the problem in all of this, but also their platform, I think, inadvertently serves as part of the solution. But, you could read it the same way. Read it however you want. I argue that this platform does allow real-time information to get out, I think, even when they're trying to stop it. My point, though, is wherever you are, the idea of the social media, which is where these next steps are going to stop that because of Elon and the rest of them, I'm convinced, but please decide for yourself, that this is what we now see. When before, how would we ever know? They just tried desperately to hide this story, but we all pushed past it. But think about that. Think about the power that shows. Same thing here, just, showing the Western politicians creating a fake narrative. Same points. I'm trying to wrap it up here. Francisco Albanese saying the same thing. Once again, Western media should be investigated for the role that they are playing in obscuring Israel's atrocities. In other contexts, international tribunals have found media figures responsible for complicity, incitement, and other crimes. So you hearing that, corporate media? There's precedent for finding you legally accountable for obfuscating genocide. Think about that. Same point here is, see, I'm starting to think that Israel overplayed its hand with this whole thing. The Amsterdam pogrom. He goes, yes, the uptake among politicians was swift and strong, but the people's backlash, once they realized the stories were false, was incredibly damaging to Israel's credibility and that of the media, or, the lingering pieces that exist still. Now he goes on to make other points. I mean, check this out, guys. He goes, through hyperbolic propaganda like this, which is just ridiculous. It's from an account called Jew Belong. So stupid. It says, for a Jew, Amsterdam is Iran. What the F does that even mean? Like, that's coming from two fake stories. I mean, it's just so crazy. This person's making a joke, but rightly so. It's a perfectly timed. It says, one of the Israeli fans at the match in Amsterdam last night was pregnant with a baby, and Muslim Hollanders held her down, cut out her baby from her stomach, which they baked in an oven, then they cut her mother's breasts off, which they used to kick balls around in the second half. Now, yes, it's a pretty, contentious joke, but realize what she's trying to, the point is, the only reason that would be offensive to you is if you still pretended those things were real. We all know that's fake news. The undeniably proven atrocity propaganda, which was admitted to even by the Israeli media, caught even by corporate media in the West, admitted to now in every possible way to have been manufactured lies, and they still try to pretend like emotional misrepresentations, whatever, lies. So the point is, sort of just like this whole Amsterdam story. That's the whole point she's making. And Arnaud Bertrand simply highlights an example that this is bigger than just Amsterdam or anything else, which most of you already know. He says, this is crazy. This is from the 7th. Here's an example of Israeli police arresting 2 French military personnel who have diplomatic status, meaning diplomatic immunity, and they're going to a Christian church. The point, that's belonged to France for 160 years and is protected by diplomatic immunity. So it says, to make things worse, the church is located in occupied East Jerusalem, theoretically Palestinian territory, but because Trump decided to say different words and they all lie about it, they pretend otherwise. It says, and the arrest occurred as the French foreign minister was on his way to visit. He canceled his trip due to the presence of Israeli police on a site that they technically own, that's technically Palestinian territory, and the breach of the diplomatic immunity. He says, yet another arguable proof that Israel respects absolutely zero rule. Check this out, guys. Here, just to be clear again, we're talking about a French-controlled area, which we're still talking about occupied. I'm not saying it should be that way, but that is technically Palestinian territory. But however you look at it, it's not Israeli, but they claim it is. But then now you have French nationals showing up with diplomatic immunity. They get arrested, beaten up, and thrown to the ground. Just trying to be quick here. Watch. See? Thrown to the ground. I mean, guys, this is wild. So in every possible way, Israel's in the wrong here, legally, diplomatically, international law, everything. But they don't care because they do what they want. You just can't have a better example of that. It's everywhere. Everywhere you look. Now, you think, what are the French government? How much you want to bet Macron doesn't even care? Doesn't even mention this. Or whatever current person you think is calling the shot. The bottom line is that this is showing you Israel has no respect for any law anywhere other than their own decision, their own desire. Pretty crazy. And then lastly, as Caitlin Johnstone points out, FYI, this is what an actual pogrom looks like. Armed Israeli settlers launched a wave of attacks on Palestinian properties in several areas of the occupied West Bank overnight, torching homes, vehicles, and olive trees. Now, on top of that, the point is people are killed in every single example we're talking about. Oh, guess this one's just more of a Dan Cohen trying to make a point. He goes, shocking video of pro-Palestinians carrying out a pogrom against Jews in Amsterdam. Oh, never mind. Those are Israeli cops beating up Jews. Carry on, because that's what's happening. Look at this. That guy's an unarmed, completely unarmed Orthodox Jewish person being beat relentlessly by IDF or Israeli police. It's just absolutely crazy. I show you this all the time. His point is that if you're going to call that a pogrom, what's that? Neither are technically pogroms in regard to what happened in Amsterdam or not, because nobody died. It wasn't ethnically focused. This, I would even argue this is also not ethnically focused. It's because they don't like that this Jewish person challenges what their belief, which is Zionism, not Judaism. Whether they know that or not. Well, here's an example. Israeli settlers attack Palestinian homes, burning their village. Every time we're talking about genocide, ethnic cleansing, death, rape, murder, pillage. It happens every time. Breaking. While Western media is screaming about genocidal Israeli football hooligans in Amsterdam, Israel dropped bombs on residential buildings. Is that a pogrom? It's focused on specifically Palestinians, as they'll tell you themselves, and people died, killing civilians. Yeah, literally a massacre by the definition of the word. But nope, we don't talk about that one. What about this one? Asal Rod says, things that never get called pogroms. Jewish extremists torch Palestinian homes, killing toddler. Israeli settlers torch cars in Ramallah. A family flees and a mother mourns after Israeli settlers attack Palestinian village. Palestinian killed as Israeli settlers torch West Bank village. Or how about more death? As Dan Cohen writes, this is on the 9th. Israeli soccer hooligans chanting racist slogans, starting fights and being escorted safely out of the country is a pogrom that demands international condemnation. Palestinian children murdered by Israel, 67 a day, don't even garner a headline. Makes me sick. I won't even play it for you guys. It's dead children everywhere. Ryan Grimm, 67 children are being killed every day on average in Gaza. That's a fact. Middle East, according to DropSite News, at least 39 Palestinians were killed and 123 wounded in Israeli attacks in the last 24 hours. This posted on the 8th. So at the same time frame, 3 people killed, 5 wounded, Israeli airstrike in Conyers. 2 UNRWA school shelter displaced families were hit by airstrikes, 17 dead. Okay, these are each individual examples. And they're screaming about people that got beat up because they started fights. It's incredible. And then again, here's just a graph. showing you it's not a war, it's a massacre of innocents by metric, by everything. And then this was simply to show you, I played this clip before, which maybe I'll play on the way out. A couple of Zionist Israelis doing what they think is the kind version of what they should do to Palestinians. That's what they say. If you haven't heard this, it'll shock you. But more examples I've shown before, as this guy simply says, are we all supposed to pretend this just isn't happening when constantly you have Israeli soldiers posting, and I mean leaders, leading members of the military, posting on their TikToks and Instagrams that they want everyone to die, that no children should be left alive, over and over, or Israeli politicians, as I said, for the 50th time directly from the horse's mouth. There is no such thing as innocent people in Gaza, she says, in the Knesset recently, over and over and over and over. And this is corporate media, the leading channel. This is the same guy that argued that raping people in prison was justified. The point, people in Gaza deserve death, he says, a hard, agonizing death. There are no innocent people there. This is the corporate media, their leaders in the military, the leaders in the Knesset, the leaders of the current administration, and we're all pretending this isn't happening? This is why people are losing their minds. We should have seen more revenge, he says, more Gazans' blood. He was the one that cheered on the rape, advocated they should do more of it. My God. Oh, by the way, and here's a video of Israeli army people firing on horses, ran up, killing them, and then laughing about it, posting online. Because they're totally not completely psychopaths. So I'll end with this, since we'll go over this stuff tomorrow. And don't forget, by the way, that there are people marshaling against them. You can see people signing letters to stop the funding. People care. People in the world care, or at least see that they need to look like they care. Either way, lean into it. Not in the sense that we trust them forever, but recognizing right now, this needs to come to an end. Question everything always, guys. That's the marching mantra that we need to always consider that. Even honest people that believe this is the right thing may one day take a wrong step. Question all of them forever, no matter what. While considering everything, guys. That's just how we always have to be and always should have been, by the way. So we'll end with this clip because it is pretty shocking. So thank you for tuning in, guys. I appreciate your support. As always, we just don't exist without you. And we'll have more trials and tribulations coming our way, I have no doubt. But as I've said many times before, I'm not going to stop this. I don't care what, I'm going to continue, whether in whatever form this will continue. But the point is, we would love to continue to do more, reach more, hire more. There's so much we would love to do, so much to plan. At the end of the day, because you're here, because you believe in this platform, because you support what we're doing, we exist. So first and foremost, share the content. If that's all, I would rather you share the content, talk about it with your friends, than donate. Straight point blank, period. Every day of the week. Because that's what I'm doing this for. But if you do desire to continue to support this platform, or for the first time, it'll go to good cause. As the demonstration of our value, the being ahead of the stories, the recognizing these things, that's what you're going to get more of. Continue to do that. Because we all should be striving for that. So thank you for that support. I'm honored every day to be a part of this community. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
Palestinians should just be kicked out.
To say the nice words, kicked out, yeah.
Hey guys, what are you doing
Hi. Here? We're from Israel.
Okay. And?
We want to go like Trump.
And do you think that Trump could get a ceasefire negotiation?
Yeah.
And what do you think about when someone says free Palestine?
They don't know the truth.
Okay, what's the truth?
Because I'm living in Israel and I know what happened. And the terrorists have to kill all of them, and we love peace.
The easier way is to say to finish them out, but you really can't say that. So basically to free them in their own place.
You think that Palestinians should just be kicked out?
To say the nice words, kicked out, yeah, but to be in their own jail. That's it.
Jail?
In their own place. We give them food, we give them their jobs. They can live their own life. They just
what if they escape?
They can't. There has to be a thing that they cannot escape. That's a thing.
Like a roof. Put a roof on top of all of Gaza.
In the United States too. They're all coming in. But at the end of the day, if you do give an animal food, and I'm trying to talk nice here, but if you do give them food and a nice place to eat, and
they'll be happy.
Sorry, to live, they won't be happy because they want to rule the world, which they won't. But at the end of the day, if they would be there and you know, they'll be a little bit more comfortable with not wanting to do bad maybe.